Okay, committee, let's go ahead and get this show on the road. First, thank you all for showing up for work today. And thanks for your patience in putting this meeting together. It's kind of ironic that we're here to talk about workforce development and we couldn't get anybody to show up for work. And so now we're finally found a time that we could all meet, at least most of us. I think we all know each other, so we'll skip the introductions and try to get down to the brass tacks of things. But with the exception of the staff, I'd like Matthew to go ahead and introduce the staff. They're a little different than the Commerce staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Matthew Willis. I'm a research analyst with KLRD, and I typically staff Senate Commerce as well as Education. And then I have Elena Rudder, who is also a research analyst and staffs the House side of Commerce, and then Sharday Kane, who is the new fiscal analyst for the Department of Commerce.
Okay, and thank you for all your help and all your emails back and forth to put this together. So Eddie's here. He's our normal researcher, and he's used to dealing with me, but you're not, and you did a really good job. I appreciate it. All right, so committee, we're here today to discuss workforce development issues. You know, during the pandemic, the federal government injected huge and unprecedented amounts of money into the economy and into the workforce. We closed the state, the governor closed the state, people stayed home. They made a lot of money staying home. We kind of taught them to stay home. Federal government continued to shove money into the economy, and we went into unprecedented inflation while people were getting paid $1,000 a week to stay home on unemployment. Demand is really high right now because there's so much money in the economy. Supply is low because there's not a lot of workers. Costs are up for businesses, and workforce is making higher wages than ever. Actually so high that a lot of them can't work because they lose their government benefits, ironically. So that kind of leads us to where we are today. And I'd like everybody to kind of be open-minded. I've tried to put together as many people to present to us with solutions. And we all know what the issue is. And my intent was not to parade people through here and spend a bunch of time with stories about what they need. We know what people need. We're looking for solutions. Today is a start. We have one more day. We'll do late October. And if you have anyone, and I mean anyone and everyone is welcome to come present as long as there are solutions, not problems. And with that, we'll go ahead and start with our agenda. And first up, I believe, is Eddie to talk about prior to pandemic workforce versus workforce now. Eddie, thanks for coming and thanks for putting this together.
Sure, happy to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You should have in front of me, members of the committee, a packet of slides. I'm trying to share, I'm sharing on the screen, and Andrew walked out, and hopefully those will get up on the screen in just a minute also. But because I am sharing in the WebEx call. But you have my slides in front of you also. This presentation is kind of an evolution of a presentation that I gave to the Unemployment Compensation Modernization and Improvement Council last December. And the basis for that presentation was kind of a follow-up request that the Legislative Budget Committee received from our office, I believe, in October of last year. Upon a presentation that I actually gave to the Legislative Budget Committee in August of last year that is based upon our office's quarterly economic indicators report, something that we prepare on a quarterly basis. And so I do just want to start off by almost plugging that report. It's something that we just started about 2 years ago now. And on a quarterly basis, it's published in conjunction with our monthly receipts memo. And so unlike what the chair said about people presenting solutions, I'm really just going to walk through kind of some context for you. I'm not going to present any sorts of solutions to you today. The people after me might, but hopefully my presentation can give you the right context to consider the possible recommendations that you are presented with by the other conferees today. With the exception of Kansas Works information, all of the data that I'm going to present before you, because this presentation is going to be a lot of data, comes from U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reports. Everything that I'm going to present today is seasonally adjusted data. There is not seasonally adjusted kind of raw data that is also available. Last year when I presented this to the Unemployment Council, I included some of that as well. I kind of felt like it almost muddied the waters a little bit and maybe confused things. And so this year I've hopefully streamlined it by just including that seasonally adjusted data. If you're not doing not seasonally adjusted or year-over-year analysis, you really probably ought to be doing using seasonally adjusted data anyway. It can get a little misleading if you're looking at it in any other context. The other thing I wanted to note is that there are two primary surveys that are used to evaluate labor force data. I'll actually be referring to a third survey as well today, but those two primary surveys, I'm going to repeat this as I go on probably, but it's important to get right out of the gate what those surveys are and what they're optimized to find out. The first of those surveys that I'll refer to is what's oftentimes referred to as the establishment survey. That survey surveys employers. And its optimization, what it is trying to find out is the number of jobs in the economy. And so the top line jobs number is what that survey really is trying to get at. And then it gets into a lot of specificity in terms of geographic detail and industry specific detail. But that is what it's trying to find out. The other survey that I'll refer to repeatedly today is what's referred to as the household survey. It surveys households, individuals, and that is actually optimized to try to get at the unemployment rate. And those are oftentimes the two, kind of on a monthly basis, most frequently referred to economic indicators that come out of labor surveys. You know, how many jobs did the economy add in the last month, and what is our unemployment rate in the most recent set of data? How has that evolved over time? That being said, those surveys do produce other data points, and I'll refer to a number of those in this presentation. Specifically, the household survey produces a number of data points that kind of feed into that unemployment rate. And the other survey that I'll refer to is what's sometimes referred to as JOLTS. JOLTS stands for Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey. And so that's the survey that generates the openings data, so to speak. But this first slide that I've got for you is from that employer survey. It's the seasonally adjusted non-farm jobs data. This survey surveys about 140,000 employers nationwide of all sizes, and those employers cover about 44 million employees nationwide. By this measure, Kansas has about 1.4 million jobs, which is the most recent data available being the August data, and that is still preliminary, is about 30,000 less than the pre-pandemic peak of that. And that's something that you might discuss, you might hear from other conferees today. And while that is below the pre-pandemic peak and the nation as a whole is above the pre-pandemic level at this point, it is also probably worth noting that Kansas certainly is not alone in being below that pre-pandemic level. In fact, despite the nation as a whole being above the pre-pandemic level, there are still 31 states plus the District of Columbia that are below that pre-pandemic high point. The next data that I'll kind of walk through comes from what is referred to as the household survey, and this survey surveys about 60,000 households nationwide on a monthly basis. This is a graphic that I pulled from a Kansas Department of Labor report. I'm not sure if it's their own origination or if it's a Bureau of Labor Statistics graphic that they've incorporated, but this graphic hopefully gets you a feel for what goes into that household survey and what that survey kind of parses its way through. It's also, in my opinion, maybe a helpful graphic for you all as you're thinking about labor force issues and workforce development issues. At the kind of top line of that survey, it tries to arrive at what is called the civilian non-institutional population. And that excludes people who are under the age of 16, it excludes people who are institutionalized, and it excludes those who are active duty military. And so that's kind of the global population for purposes of this survey. It then divides that group into two buckets, two categories, the labor force and those individuals who are not in the labor force. And then the third thing that that survey does is it divides that population of the labor force into two groups, those who are employed and those who are unemployed. And you can see within that graphic the kind of bullet points that define what make up those groups. One of the reasons that I think this graphic might be useful for this committee contextually is that it kind of highlights the different things you can do within the realm of workforce development. One of the things you can do is try to pursue recommendations or policies that might expand that population bucket. That certainly could expand the workforce available. Another thing you might consider is how to move individuals who are not in the labor force currently, over into the labor force. That's another kind of avenue of workforce development that you might consider. And then the third kind of workforce development avenue that you might consider is how to help enact policies that help people move from that category of unemployed over into employed. So there's kind of three different avenues towards workforce development that you can see just based upon the layout of the way the household survey is conducted. And I imagine that the conferees that you'll hear today and probably at your later meeting will kind of speak to all three of those avenues. But now I'll get to kind of some data from that survey. And unlike the establishment survey, the employment level data from the household survey actually indicates that Kansas has now exceeded its pre-pandemic level and has been above that level for most of 2022. But as I mentioned earlier, keep in mind this survey is not optimized to get to the jobs level. It's optimized to arrive at that unemployment rate. And so that might almost beg the question of, well, which is right? And hopefully this slide, I know the font on it is a little small, but hopefully it can kind of help answer that question, because this slide does a comparison of what is included in each of the two surveys. And this is another graphic that I pulled from a Department of Labor report. I do think on this one they pulled this from a Bureau of Labor Statistics report. I believe that to be the case. This gets at what is included and excluded from each of the two surveys. And so you can see that the left-hand column here, the CES survey, that is the establishment survey that I referred to earlier, and that stands for current employment statistics. The right hand here is the current population survey, which is what I referred to as the household survey earlier. And so there are kind of differences that are highlighted here between these two surveys. The current population survey generally does capture more things than the CES, but one of the big things that I do want to highlight here in a difference is that on the CES, multiple job holders are counted multiple times. They're counted for each job they have. And so if a person has one full-time job and then also a part-time job they do on the weekends, they would show up twice on the establishment survey. Whereas on the household survey, they're counting employed persons. And so even if an individual has two or more jobs, they're only going to show up one time. And so that multiple job holders is one of the major potential areas for discrepancy between the two. And it is worth noting that nationwide, multiple job holders are still well below the pre-pandemic level, and that has been something that has been slower to bounce back to what it was prior to the pandemic for whatever reason. And so when you walk all the way through these differences, it's actually kind of possible that both surveys are right, but it's also possible that over time that these might get benchmarked and revised down or up in ways where it reveals that one of them is right or the other one is right. It's kind of hard to say at this point, but I do want to keep in your minds the possibility that both of them are right. They're just actually measuring different things. And so now that we've kind of talked about how many jobs there are, it's probably worth looking at maybe what is more front of mind for this committee, and that is what is the job openings situation? The chair referred to there being robust demand right now, and you can certainly see it in job openings. This is data from the JOLTS survey that I referred to, and this is Kansas-specific data. These numbers are in thousands. You can see in 2019 and early 2020, Kansas had about 70,000 job openings. And so it might be appropriate to think of that 70,000-ish level as kind of the pre-pandemic baseline. And then you can see early in the pandemic, businesses weren't wanting to have as many openings. Demand was certainly down in that time frame, and so it dropped down to the just above 50,000 level. It kind of slowly recovered through 2020 and 2021, and then early 2021, and then really took off in kind of that second third, or the middle third, maybe the second quarter of 2021, and started kind of climbing rapidly, and now we are well above, I think about 40-ish% above kind of that pre-pandemic baseline in terms of how many job openings exist in Kansas, as measured by the job openings and labor turnover survey. The next data that we have here is kind of real job postings. This isn't a survey-based measure. This is kansasworks.com, the Kansas Works unit that is operated by the Department of Commerce has job postings, and you can see here the amount of postings that they have, both a raw data and then kind of a year-over-year bar graph is also visible there, and you can kind of see based upon that the postings that they have. Just looking at January and February, it gives you a certain flavor for that, because in January and February 2019 and 2020 were both pre-pandemic, and the 2021 amount was kind of as we were maybe starting to reopen things in the pandemic, so to speak. And then you can look at that 2022 bar, and it is some 200% above kind of that pre-pandemic level. And so you can really see in these Kansas Works data set just how expansive the job demand is right now in the state of Kansas. And then I've also included U.S. job openings here as well. These are also in the thousands, and so nationwide job openings are also high. This is certainly not a challenge unique to Kansas. The intensive levels of labor demand right now. You can see that the kind of pre-pandemic baseline was right there in that 7 million-ish range. It dropped down to as low as 4.7 million in April of 2020, and now sits at or a little above that 11 million range nationwide. I'm going to stop here and talk about something that's been discussed a little bit recently, is this question of, have employers maybe changed their behaviors a little bit in light of how difficult it is to hire and retain employees right now, and maybe they are keeping job openings posted or listed even in the event of maybe they don't actually have a job opening right now, but they just know that getting employees is so tough. And that's been something that's been conjectured a fair amount. What I would tell you is that both the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics would tell you that in their job openings survey data, that isn't the case. They would tell you that a job posting today means the exact same thing. A job opening in this survey today means the exact same thing that a job opening meant in this survey prior to the pandemic. And I discussed this with Department of Commerce officials related to the Kansas Works data, and they say the same thing, that these are real job postings. The Department of Commerce actually gave me a slightly more nuanced answer than the one that you're able to get from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and that is that there might be a certain almost baseline element of almost permanent postings within the Kansas Works data, but that baseline, they don't see any indication that it has changed. And that baseline, almost permanent postings, they said is probably what you see in that April and May of 2020 data. Those kind of 12,000-ish, 12 to 13,000 postings there, those are probably the permanent postings, but there's no reason to think that those have expanded in the recent years. The belief is that these are real job openings in the state. And so I just wanted to get that information in front of everybody. And so the other side of this, flip side of this coin, so to speak, is the labor supply question. And this is, once again, from the household survey. One of the buckets on there, you might remember, was labor force. And you can see that the Kansas labor force is pretty flat over the course of time measured here. It certainly did drop by a small amount in the spring and summer of 2020. It had largely rebounded by the end of 2020. And then you can see the drop in January and February of 2021 when that first big winter wave of COVID cases hit. But now it certainly is back slightly above the pre-pandemic levels, is what I would describe it as. But you can see that I don't think anybody would be really excited about 1,100 total additional people in the labor force over a 3-year period if you just look at the August 2019 to August 2022 measure. The one thing that I do want to flag on this is that this is one that I personally, as I think about our state's economy and especially in the context of revenue estimates, I'm going to be watching this indicator closely in coming months is what I particularly mean, especially because this school year is the first year in the last 2 years where parents have been able to kind of count on, yes, in-person schooling for my kids is likely to be available every single day. And so the reference period for this survey is whatever includes the 12th of the month. And so that August number includes August 12th. It's before some schools have started, maybe not all, that's kind of right at the beginning. But this is one that I have a little bit of optimism and hope that will start to pick up beginning with the September data going into this fall, as parents that maybe throughout the pandemic have had to withdraw from the labor force in essence to because of the possibility that their kids were going to be not at school during the school day, might be able to return to that labor force. So this is one that I'm going to be watching closely in coming months personally. I did just want to mention that to everybody. But even so, this has been, in essence, flat over the 3-year period looked at here. The next item that I have here is the labor force participation rate. This is something that is calculated based upon that household survey. This is if you take the total number of people in the labor force, but that bucket, and divide it by the total civilian, non-institutionalized, 16 and over population bucket, that gets you at this labor force participation rate. And so you can see that Kansas is pretty steady throughout this time period. We're not quite all the way back up to what we were at, that 67% that we were at right at the end of 2019. However, we've gotten pretty close to it. This is one that didn't actually drop in a meaningful way throughout the pandemic. And so Kansas still lagging a little behind our pre-pandemic level here. The one thing that I do want to say as it relates to this is you might be thinking, well, we're barely behind there. Each 1% of labor force participation in Kansas is about between 22 and 23,000 people in the labor force. So if you added a 0.5%, we might have 11 to 12,000 more people in the labor force just on that 0.5%. And the other thing that is probably worth mentioning when it comes to labor force participation rate is that Kansas is relatively high on a nationwide basis here. We're certainly above the national average, and there are only 7 states plus the District of Columbia that outpace us. And that's both true in terms of our present labor force participation rate, but that's right around where we sit most of the time. It is just kind of interesting that those 7 states happen to be those immediately to the west and immediately to the north of us. Colorado, Utah, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, and then Iowa and Minnesota are the 7 states whose labor force participation rates exceed that of Kansas. There might be to a certain extent, some that's largely driven by demographics, though, just the age of their population, so to speak. The next. And that actually gets to this slide, kind of the next one that I have here, slide that I have here for you. And this is one that, in my opinion, is probably important for you to think about. This is the labor force participation rate by kind of age cohort, is what I've described it as. And you can see the green line there is those who are aged 55 and up. And so you can see we don't have a tremendous labor force participation rate by that in that cohort, but that's not just 55 to 65. That's everyone 55 or up. So a lot of those people are retired. The blue line there is those aged 16 to 24. It hovers around 2/3 labor force participation rate. That's actually higher than I probably would have guessed what it would have been, just because I think of a lot of those individuals as being in school, but it does capture, even if you're in school, if you have a part-time job also or a full-time job, it captures you even if you are in school. The red line at the top is what is sometimes referred to as prime age. It is people aged 25 to 54, and our labor force participation rate there is right around 85-ish%. And that's pretty steady. These are annual numbers from 2011 to 2021. As you can see, none of these change a big amount. And so obviously, if you're thinking about where do we have the most room to improve, it's in those 55 plus and the 16 to 24 groups. But by the same token, there are obstacles specifically related to their age that make it harder for those people to be in the workforce, be that retirement or school. And so this slide is one that, to be honest, I wanted to get this to you. I didn't have a good spot kind of sequentially to put this into, but this is the Kansas employment to population ratio. And this is just, it's really just one more way to look at this data, but I wanted to get it to you, but didn't have a lot to say about it, to be honest. This is, if you go back to those buckets in the household survey, this is, rather than dividing labor force by that population bucket, this is if you divide employment, the employed persons, by that population bucket. And so this kind of is a function of labor force participation rate plus unemployment rate gets you to the employment to population ratio. I mentioned that earlier slide with the lines of the labor force participation rate by age cohort is important, and this slide kind of relates to it. And this is Kansas's civilian non-institution population by that age group, and this is also one that, in my opinion, is probably important for you to think about. This is one where it can be easy to maybe be a downer about things and be a little bit pessimistic, because demographically, the reality is that the state does have some headwinds when it comes to labor force. And that is, if you look at this, the blue chart is those aged 16 to 24. You can see that from 2011 to 2021, that age group for Kansas in population shrunk by 4%. The red cohort that's our prime age workers that have such a high participation rate. You can see from 2011 to 2021, that one shrunk by 3%. And the green bar is those aged 55 and up, the group that is largely either retired or getting closer to that. That cohort in Kansas grew by 18% over that 10-year period. And so this is something that it's important to, at the very least, be cognizant of. Hopefully you don't get discouraged by it, but it is something you need to be mindful of when thinking about the labor force issues that Kansas faces. And it's one of the reasons that workforce development is so important for the state, because of these potential demographic headwinds that we are facing as a state. These last three slides that I have are also, in my opinion, kind of interesting and maybe helpful for you to think about, but I wanted you to have them nonetheless. These are for those people who are not in the labor force in the survey, the survey goes on to ask them a question of, why are you not in the labor force? And unfortunately, the font here is really small. You might be able to see it better on your printed copies. But that purple bar, the big one there, this is the age 16 to 24 cohort. That purple bar is the in-school group. And so that is by far the biggest reason for people who are age 16 to 24 not being in the labor force. The next one, I put these kind of out of order. This is the 55 plus cohort, and you can see the main reason they give, the green bar, is that they're retired. That's just kind of a reality of that age cohort. And then the last group is those prime age workers, and it speaks to why are they not in the labor force. And you can see that the two biggest bars, that dark blue that is near the top is taking care of house or family, and then the lighter blue down below, I actually believe is is disabled, I believe is what that group is. And so I just wanted to make sure that you have this data as you think about some of the solutions that are presented to you for your consideration over the rest of today's meeting and at your later meeting. This is just something that might be helpful for you to think about is this a solution that can make a big positive impact for Kansas and its workforce development goals? And then, of course, my last slide is just my contact information. I think everybody here could probably get a hold of me if you have any questions, though. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for whatever questions you might have.
Thanks a lot, Eddie. I really appreciate it. This is, I think, going to be valuable information as we work our way through the committee today and in late October, and when we come to start to make recommendations. Unfortunately, I didn't hear anything after I found out that I was still in my prime, so we'll open it for questions with Senator Erickson to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm in the, I guess, out to pasture category, but I want to note I'm closer to the 55 than anything else. But one quick question on the not in labor force reason. Can you tell us what not in universe means?
Off the top of my head, I cannot tell you that. I will look that up and get back to you. Because something else other is the orange bar is obviously the not elsewhere classified one. So that has to have a specific meaning, and I will get back. I can speculate on it, but I'd rather not, and would prefer to get back to the committee on that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. And then my next question is on slide 2, where not in the labor force. One of the reasons given is persons not working and discouraged from seeking work. Can you give an example of, the criteria for being able to say, I'm not in the labor force because I'm discouraged from seeking work?
So the general understanding of what that kind of bullet point captures is people who have had some sort of bad experience as it relates to work or work searching. Maybe they are somebody who is currently unemployed. I guess obviously they're currently unemployed. If you're not in the labor force, you are by definition not employed. But they've tried searching for a job and found that they didn't feel like the job market had anything to offer them. And so they have almost basically stopped trying is probably the way to describe that. They've gotten discouraged from looking for work because of either a bad experience working or a bad experience job searching, and so they've almost removed themselves from the labor force because of that discouragement. That's kind of what that bullet point is trying to capture.
Thank you for that. I would just challenge, I don't know anyone who hasn't had a bad experience in their work career or while searching for a job. The last question I have, Mr. Chair, if I may, is in the same slide, employed, a box there. It says work 15 hours or more. I see that the survey covers is done monthly. Is that 15 hours a week, a month? What is that time period? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My recollection is that is per pay period, and so no, I apologize. The household survey is based upon the week of the 12th. The household survey is weekly, or it's assessed on a weekly basis. It's a monthly survey, but you're asked about the week that includes the 12th. The establishment survey is asked about the pay period that includes the 12th. And so that is kind of a disjoint between the two surveys. The 12th of the month is the reference date for both surveys, but the household survey asks about the week, the establishment survey asks about pay period, and so different firms have different pay periods. Some are on a monthly, some are on a twice a month, some are on a every 2 weeks, some are on a weekly, that sort of thing.
Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Eddie. This was really, really great. A couple of just clarifying questions for definitions. Parents who drop out of the labor force or drop out of the workforce to take care of kids, would those be considered unemployed, or would they be considered not in the labor force under the definitions?
Those are generally going to be considered not in the labor force. So you might, I'm going to jump to I think it's the next to last slide, that prime age cohort's reason for not being in the labor force. The single largest bar there is taking care of house or family. And so those people, if they're not looking for a job, then they are in that not in the labor force group.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. So the kansasworks.com data, I know this is just you showing what they have there. My question is, are there more businesses participating in that website now versus 2 years ago, for example? Because just showing the number of jobs is great, but if there's more companies as well, that's also a variable.
I will need to follow up with Department of Commerce on that.
Thank you. And then just last question. This is just speaking off the cuff. My wife's a nurse, and she said that once COVID hit, basically everybody older than 60, 55 kind of quit. They said, nah, that's not what I signed up for. Basically, everybody under 25 quit. They're like, ah, this is not what I signed up for. But looking at the labor force participation by age, that doesn't necessarily doesn't seem to be the case in Kansas overall. It seems like labor force participation of the 55 plus age group seems fairly consistent even post-pandemic. Would you say that's roughly accurate?
I would say that is potentially accurate. One challenge with the labor force participation rate by age is this is annualized data. And so it might be the case that what your wife referenced is something that occurred for a small window within the year, but maybe resolved itself over the course of the year.
Thank you.
Or somewhat resolved, partially resolved itself, maybe.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation today and the information. This is very useful and helpful. As I've talked to a lot of businesses and industry, particularly over this last year, often heard, well, you know, where have all the employees gone? Where are all the workers that we would be hiring? So I'm wondering, back on slide 2, the household survey buckets and the reasons for not in the labor force and the examples there. Was this survey an open-ended type of survey, or would the survey respondent check a box to fill the reason they're not in the labor workforce?
Yeah, it is not an open-ended survey, but based upon your answer to a question, if you receive the survey, it siphons you 2 separate questions, and so you do get you eventually get to a point where you select from amongst a range of choices, but one of those is other, not elsewhere classified.
I'm wondering then, the examples in the not in labor force, there were 5 listed here on the slide. I would just be curious what the other reasons were, the other choices for
I'll circle back with the survey details.
folks to choose from. Thank you. Might be something our business and industry folks might be interested in learning more about. And was the survey put together by who put the survey together?
So this is a U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics survey that they have. They modified over time, obviously, but I believe they've been asking this, surveying this survey in some form. I think since 1948 is when it started, but it has evolved over time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Arnberger Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question, it may have to be another follow-up for you on the Kansas Works. I was just curious on the number that's in each month. Is it an average? Is it the highest one per that month, so forth?
I believe that to be the total number of I believe it is a point-in-time measure on the first of the month. I will confirm that and get back to you, but that is what they have historically provided when I've asked for this data. So as long as that continued to be the way they handled it, it would be that. I didn't specifically clarify that this time, though.
Okay. My second question is, how are they measuring open jobs? And I say that as an employer who has posted an open job. We do it apparently the old school way, and my bosses made us put it in the paper and online and on Indeed, but that I did not go through Kansas Works or anything like that. So what is the actual definition of an open job, and how is it measured?
So within the Kansas Works data, it is literally just if you submitted it to Kansas Works. The other two, the Kansas job openings tab and the U.S. job openings tab, that is data from the job openings and labor turnover survey. And so the Bureau of Labor Statistics, in addition to surveying employers about how many people they employ, they also send out surveys about job openings. And so that is based upon survey responses to the Bureau of Labor Statistics by employers.
Okay, and then my final, if I may, is on the comparison sheet where you have between the 2 surveys and all the bullet points. What is the definition of self-employed, is that just as in one person, such as a hairdresser? Or, and then along with that, agriculture sector, is that just, again, somebody who is a farmer, but then they have helping hands? And then along with private household workers, is that just a one person compared to some people have a couple employees and they are also, they're also housekeepers?
So that is, I will get back to you if I can find it within the surveys with the exact definitions that they use there. But maybe the best way of thinking of that is that in many ways this is oriented around unemployment compensation issues, and so most ag industries don't participate. And so generally speaking, if you don't participate in unemployment, you probably don't respond to the CES survey. Whereas if your household gets called for the CPS survey and they ask you about your employment, they wouldn't exclude you from being employed just on the basis of you being in a job that isn't covered by unemployment insurance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Eddie. I have a question about this survey. Is there a breakdown according to sector? So, for instance, a lot of us in the Johnson County area heard from a lot of engineers about a year ago about how they lost a huge chunk of their older workers, and so there have been mentorship issues. And so, was just kind of curious if there was a division breakdown by sector, what this looked like. I'm going to assume that it's a lot different for hospitality versus, say, professional services where this work could be done remotely.
Yeah, the establishment survey has very robust data by sector of the economy. The household survey really doesn't at all, is kind of the short answer of that. And I can certainly provide the detail broken out by sector for that household survey, or for that establishment survey.
Okay, so a point of clarification, Eddie, on your slide for Kansas job openings, you said there were 40% more job openings right now. Is that 40% more actual jobs, or are the old jobs just open and people are now only working one job versus two?
So this is the job openings is a survey of employers, not people. And so that is if employers had their druthers, how many people would they have hired in 2019 in Kansas? 70,000. If they had their druthers in 2022, they'd add 100,000. And so that kind of simple math there is where I got to that 40% margin.
Okay, thanks. And then I don't know how far you looked at the numbers, but in second quarter 2022 Kansas job report, we added roughly 4,000 jobs, and 4,600 of them, we lost 600 in the private sector and gained 4,600 in the government sector. Can you explain what that is, how that works, or what that's about?
Not off the top of my head. I could dive into that specific data and maybe circle back with an answer. My recollection is that of the kind of 30,000 jobs that we are short of since the kind of pre-pandemic amount in that establishment survey, that about 20,000 of those are private sector and about 10,000 of those are public sector jobs. But in terms of why there would be a specific bump in one quarter, I'd have to look more closely at that quarter.
All right, I'm not seeing any further questions. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Eddie Penner. He's the researcher for the Commerce Committee, and he's a wealth of knowledge. Call him anytime. Thanks. Okay, next on the agenda, we've got Patrick Baker from Western Governors University. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good morning. There we go. Thank you. Good morning. Well, Chairman Tarwater and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Patrick Baker, and I have the pleasure of serving as Government Relations Director for Western Governors University. Also joined by my colleague right here, Dr. Emily Reiner. She is on our government affairs team right now, but for the purposes of this committee, she served on our faculty, but is a resident of Lecompton, Kansas. And so she has agreed to field all of the difficult questions, and I will take the softball. So that's how that's going to go for us here this morning. So the focus of this committee, reducing workforce barriers and creating pathways to opportunity, is why WGU was created. Today I'll spend some time talking a bit about WGU to set some context there so you understand the environment in which we operate and how our model works. But most importantly, provide perspective on ways that Kansas can address barriers for adult learners from our experience as a university that works with states across the country. So over 25 years ago, a bipartisan group of 19 governors of Western states and territories founded WGU as a solution to meet a growing need for a college-educated workforce, a need that was not being met fully by traditional higher education. From the beginning, WGU was designed to be different. Our founding governors knew that college students of the 21st century would be very different from students in the past. For millions of working adults, the dream of pursuing a college education could only become a reality once the boundaries of time and place could be removed. With the emergence of a new technology, the internet, Americans were able to get online, and the possibility of anywhere, anytime education became a reality. These governors founded WGU to be nonprofit, affordable, 100% online, and with a focus on working adult learners. As such, WGU utilizes an exclusively competency-based learning model. Simply put, this model measures skills and learning rather than time spent in a classroom. We hold learning constant and time variable, allowing students a more flexible and faster path to degree. Today, WGU offers programs at the bachelor's and master's degree levels and 4 high-need areas of workforce development: teaching, business, IT, and healthcare and nursing. So if you fast forward to today, WGU is the largest nonprofit university in the country, with 130,000 students across all 50 states, including nearly 800 right here in Kansas. WGU students in Kansas are unique and distinguish us from our peer in-state institutions. 87% are over the age of 25, 81% work well enrolled, and 69% represent one or more underserved populations. The average WGU student in Kansas is quite literally a working mother. In fact, less than 1% of our undergraduate student body came to WGU with only a high school diploma. Virtually all of our students have tried traditional brick and mortar options before coming to WGU. In short, WGU was created by states, for states, to complement, not compete with, state systems of higher education. WGU students will take on average a little over 2 years to get their bachelor's degree at a cost of just over $15,000. Within 4 years of graduating, wages of an annual alumni increased by $26,000. With nearly 300,000 graduates, more than 1,600 of whom reside in Kansas, WGU alumni have earned a cumulative $261 billion more than they would have without their degrees. That is real money driving family success and economic impact. But what does all of this mean for Kansas? There are nearly 400,000 Kansans with some college but no credential. These Kansans enrolled in traditional university and for whatever reason stop before completing. This is untapped human potential. Re-engaging these adults and moving them to degree completion will be critical to enabling them to better participate in the workforce and for Kansas to achieve its degree attainment goal. The hard reality is that fewer Kansas adults are enrolled in degree programs today than 10 years ago. This is an alarming trend that will require new or amended policies, programs, and partnerships. WGU works tirelessly to advocate for policies that will remove barriers to working learners and build on-ramps to work. In my written testimony, I've included a link to what we call our state policy playbook, which answers the question, what do working learners need? This morning, I will highlight a few concrete, high-impact areas for consideration from our playbook. But I encourage you to check out the entire set of recommendations in my written testimony, which include many more examples from states that are leading the way in breaking down workforce barriers. So here we go. Recommendation number 1, support legislation and regulations that allow competency-based education. Students at traditional universities are often held to a cadence of coursework guided by semesters, increasing the time and cost to degree completion, rather than allowing learners to progress at their own pace by demonstrating knowledge. This particularly disadvantages working learners, for whom time is a premium. However, that same flexibility means that CBE is frequently misunderstood and disadvantaged by outdated laws and institutional practices that focus on time instead of skills. For example, financial aid is often tied to credit hours, such as requirements about the number of credit hours a student must be enrolled in to maintain financial aid. Competency-based courses may also not be accepted for transfer by certain institutions or recognized for licensure. This was the case with the Kansas Board of Accountancy until we worked with them this past year to amend their regulation. To advance workforce alignment and skill development, policymakers should examine legislative and institutional hurdles within their states that potentially stand in the way of encouraging innovative educational models like competency-based education. Recommendation number 2, put skills at the forefront. It's time to embrace skills as the currency of education and the driver of curriculum and outcomes. Workers today may possess training and certifications not easily reflected in a job market focused on traditional degrees as the benchmark to whether someone is qualified or not. This focus on degrees as the measure of qualification creates friction to job opportunities. Imagine a scenario instead where individuals and employers operate from a shared set of definitions of verified skills from both academic and work-based settings that can be used to facilitate much more rapid and seamless hiring. States are uniquely positioned to drive forward a skills-based future economy by joining the work of coalitions like the Open Skills Network, or OSN. WGU was instrumental in launching OSN in 2020 as a collaboration of hundreds of employers, government entities, and higher education institutions that are working on making our labor markets more competitive, efficient, and easily navigable by individuals of all backgrounds. The OSN is working to secure the data needed to support skills-based education, and hiring is accessible and machine-readable through a centralized network of open skills libraries. States can provide valuable insight to these efforts and help smooth the transition to skills-based practices for employers and education institutions. Alabama is currently a leader in this work through the Alabama Credential Registry. The state is first assembling a registry of every degree and non-degree credential offered in the state. Their next step is to launch the Alabama Skills-Based Job Descriptor Generator and Employer Portal, which will allow employers to create customized job descriptions for jobs in their firms, and the Alabama College and Career Exploration Tool, which will allow job seekers to develop verified resumes and to link directly to skills-based job descriptions generated by employers. Other states like Indiana are piloting and adopting the use of learner employment records, or you may have heard this referred to as an LER, which is a learner-owned, skills-based transcript that takes the traditional academic transcript to a new level, one that includes academic records, certifications, work accomplishments, and descriptions of accumulated skills that can be used to search for jobs based on skill alignment versus possession of a traditional degree. Recommendation number 3, upskill and reskill existing staff. Many critical workforce needs can be met by providing paths for existing staff or residents of a particular community to upgrade their skills. This can be particularly valuable in rural settings where it is hard to recruit new residents for openings in fields like education and healthcare. Education provides a perfect illustration of both the potential and the need. With an alarming and growing shortage of classroom teachers, Innovative pathways are essential to filling the gaps and meeting the needs of today's learners. Upskilling paraprofessionals holds immense potential. Paraprofessionals work in districts already and have a commitment to students. Providing pathways for paraprofessionals to become teachers is an opportunity to diversify the educator pool, improve student outcomes, and in doing so, create systemic change. A great example here is Iowa's Teacher and Paraeducator Registered Apprenticeship Program. This program provides a no-cost opportunity for current high school students and adults to earn a paraeducator certificate, an associate's degree, and current paraeducators to earn their bachelor's degree, all while learning and working in the classroom. WGU is partnered with nearly 80 mostly rural school districts in Iowa as an education provider for this program, and the state expects to train 1,000 new paras and teachers over the next 2 years. And finally, recommendation number 4. Structure state financial aid to unlock access to aid for non-traditional learners and non-traditional institutions. Working learners deserve access to higher education, and they deserve support that allows them to pursue education in the format and at the institution that best works for their unique needs. Unfortunately, many state financial aid programs only fund full-time students or recent high school graduates or individuals starting college for the first time. Additionally, many state aid programs do not support less traditional institutions, particularly those without a bricks and mortar model, even if they are accredited institutions with proven outcomes. States should examine existing financial aid programs to see if barriers to working learners can be removed. If not, they can build customized aid programs accessible to working learners specifically. But one thing I want to be clear about here is that when talking about adult learners, for financial aid to be of use, it must be paired to accessible and flexible education programs. All the aid in the world will not help if the vast majority of options available to working learners involve sitting in a classroom at a designated date and designated time. A few notable examples of states that are leading the way in modernizing their financial aid offerings include Missouri, who has the Fast Track Workforce Incentive Grant, which provides last dollar funding for low-income adults pursuing a certificate, a degree, industry-recognized credential, or apprenticeship in areas designated as high need. Indiana provides an adult student grant of $2,000 geared to adult learners that can be applied to 2- or 4-year degree certificates. Ohio's Second Chance Grant provides grants to reduce financial barriers for adults in Ohio with some college but no bachelor's degree to return to college and complete their degree. And Utah recently passed a new adult learner program targeted at adults completing an online competency-based degree. All the recommendations I've just offered, while not comprehensive, offer strong models that Kansas can consider and modify to improve workforce development and update laws or regulations that may act as barriers to entering the workforce. WGU has a long history of partnering with governors and legislatures to establish state affiliates to help them deliver a competitive, modern workforce that attracts opportunity for their citizens. In 2010, the state of Indiana and Governor Mitch Daniels established the first formal partnership with WGU. At the time, he welcomed WGU Indiana as an online provider of competency-based education to help overcome the needs of working learners with some college but no degree, who did not see a path forward to a better life for themselves or their families. Since that initial launch, WGU has worked with 12 states to create what we call affiliate partnerships, including the states of Texas, Washington, Missouri, Tennessee, Nevada, North Carolina, Ohio, Utah, Idaho, Montana, and just last month, Nebraska. While each partnership differs slightly in scope, they all focus on engaging with WGU as a trusted, contributing, and consistent member of the state's higher education and workforce system, focused on pathways to degree attainment for working adult learners. We would love to do the same in Kansas. WGU is ready, willing, and able to partner with the state of Kansas to be part of much-needed solutions to remove barriers to opportunity and to improve the benefits of education so our neighbors and constituents can attain better jobs and higher quality of life. Thank you for your time, and consideration. I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick. Appreciate it. And committee, if this hasn't been emailed to you, we'll make sure it gets emailed to you because it appears that there's a link to each of these programs that he's described here that so you can get more details on. Some of them sound pretty interesting. I'll open it for questions. And Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Patrick, for being here and for your presentation. It appears from the information you've shared that this is a very education industry and government-focused program. My question is, can you give examples of partnerships or innovative programs that include the business and industry sector as well?
Yep. So WGU, we primarily source our students from two places. One is referrals from other students, but secondly is partnerships with businesses. And so WGU actually partners with thousands of businesses across the country. If you look at the list of the Fortune 500, we're probably partnered with more than half of them, right, with formal partnerships. And as a institution that focuses on working adult learners, those businesses find real value in working with us to take individuals they may have identified that want to get a different skill set or advance in the company, and we work to be that education provider with them, using oftentimes employers, tuition benefits that they offer to their employees, and we can do it in a way that allows the employee to stay working full-time, get their credential or degree from WGU, and sort of move up to that next job. So we do literally thousands. I mean, recently, WGU just launched partnerships with Amazon, with McDonald's, with Citigroup, to be a preferred education provider for all of their employees, most of whom now, from an employee benefit standpoint, are getting no-cost pathways to degree from their employer.
Thank you. A follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair. So that sounds great for those large, Fortune 500 companies. Kansas, we have a lot of small rural areas with industry needs, very specific industry needs. Does WGU then provide some customization in order to get those type of jobs and education and skills fulfilled? So
one of the ways that we're starting to do that in Kansas, we do it more in other states, but we're working with chambers of commerce, actually. And so I believe we recently did a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce in is it Olathe, to basically try to, because our partnerships with large employers are easy to do, right? But if we take every small employer, that gets to be a little cumbersome for everyone. And so by working with chambers, we're able to work with a lot of employers all at once, right, to deliver that education that their particular members need. And so that's how we're trying to address some of that small business connection and working there. The other thing we do a lot of is partner with community colleges. And so we don't, at WGU, offer associate's degrees. And so we work with 500 or more community colleges across the country to, have that community college be the entry point for students that may be looking for a particular degree or skill set that maybe WGU doesn't offer. They can get that associate's degree, and then we'll transfer that in to our university, and they can complete that bachelor's degree, right away or later on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Patrick.
Yep.
Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Patrick. Good to see you. I thought it was interesting in your testimony. I heard the word degrees and credentials a lot. I didn't hear the words education a lot, which is fine. And I guess I'll ask the question this way, and I genuinely don't mean this to come out as pointedly as it might sound. I'm just trying to get to the root of the problem. So I'm going to say a statement, and my question to you would be to say to what extent you might agree with it. The role of WGU is to provide a low-cost pathway to degrees and credentials, not necessarily focused on actual education, to alleviate workforce issues caused primarily by employers who require degrees or credentials that might not actually be relevant to the job.
Well, I think I would ask what you mean by without education.
just not focus on education, right? Being in a room with a professor explaining to you is quite obviously a better education. We just had several years of discussion about that than an online-only solution. So from where I'm standing, it seems like you guys are providing, again, a low-cost pathway to a degree, which is great and fine. Whereas I would say the traditional university structure gets you a degree, yes, but has more formal instruction and learning.
So let me answer that in two ways, and Emily is already here because she's going to talk about the how we do deliver education and how it is just as verifiable and high quality, if not more so, than what you would get in a traditional classroom-based lecture model. The first piece I say is that WGU is not professed to be the best option for every individual in the country. We were created to focus on a very specific set of individuals for whom the traditional education model that you described didn't work for them, right? And so WGU created this model to deliver education in a different way, but in a way that is just as effective and just as impactful for that student. And so one of the things we do there is a fundamentally different model for how we deliver instruction. We have a disaggregated faculty model, and that is what I'm going to have Dr. Reiner give you just a quick highlight of in terms of how we actually deliver education and why it is just as valid as sitting in a classroom. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Reiner.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Thank you again for having us, Chair, and thank you for your question. Patrick and I are both products of traditional universities. I don't think we regret that choice at all. The thing about WGU is we're serving a fundamentally different purpose. We were created to support students where they're at. As Patrick described, 85% of our students are over 25. They're working, they have children, they don't have time to drive minutes or hours to access a lecture hall. I was a faculty member in our teachers' college. Each of our instructors has a terminal degree in their field of study. They also had years of experience working in that, which you might find at a traditional university is not always the case, as we often have part-time graduate students, things of that nature, leading our courses, especially those lower level courses. Students all receive in each course a list of competencies and objectives that they're expected to master in order to pass out of that course. This is actually fundamentally different from a traditional course. So I'd love to embarrass myself by talking about a course I took in college where, due to a family emergency, I didn't complete half of the course. I failed it. I got, 0 to 50% of my assignments. The other half of the course, I got an A. So ultimately, by the end of the semester, I ended the course with a B. Did I master all of that content? I can't tell you that I did. In WGU, you are expected to demonstrate competency in each of the objectives outlined in that course through either an objective assessment, which is a multiple choice assessment, and we're happy to talk about the security of those assessments if you'd like details. And then we also offer performance assessments where students are writing papers, creating projects, portfolios, things of that nature like you would see in any other university.
Thank you. And I genuinely didn't mean to question any methods or anything like that. I think WGU does solve a problem. My question is trying to figure out what that problem actually is. And then, this is just my experience in working in marketing especially, is that a lot of these jobs say they require a bachelor's degree in something, but they don't, and so if you guys provide a low-cost solution to get that degree, that's fine. That again is a solution to the problem, but our job here is to solve the, get to the underlying problem. But thank you for being here. I think it really is interesting.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions. Thank you for your presentation. Good information. There's a lot of it. So how are you funded? Do the states pay you a fee? Are you?
No, we are funded by tuition dollars.
Individuals. So
Yes.
if I want to take a course, and so as I'm reading through some of the content, if I may just continue on just real quick, thank you. It's 100% online, so we have some broadband deficiencies across our state. How have other states dealt with that? Are they just ahead of us?
No, they are all in the same bucket of trying to expand broadband access, and it is one of the main focuses of our university is to advocate for enhanced broadband access, but at the federal level, at the state level, as a university, how we have addressed that, you know, at least to a certain degree, because if there is no broadband access, your options are limited in terms of an online setting. But we work with T-Mobile and a bunch of other kind of higher wireless providers to provide hotspots to our students that may not have had broadband access. We'll provide computers. You know, if we can get that uplink, we'll get them the computer as well. And so it's a huge barrier for our students, particularly in rural areas, right? Without that Wi-Fi, without that broadband access, they are at a competitive disadvantage to a similarly situated individual that does.
Yes, thank you. Could I ask one last one? So in your information that you gave us, there's something I'm not able to connect the dots on. I just needed to explain to me. When the paragraph, your recommendation number 2, put skills at the forefront. So you talk about the Open Skills Network and the fact that you're able to provide machine-readable, accessible, skills-based education. Why is that important, and what do you mean by that?
Yep. So let's talk a little bit about that. So as I said in the testimony, you know, the traditional way of a job posting, right, is someone says, well, you need an associate's degree, you need a master's degree, you need a bachelor's degree, right, and they put it up on a job search portal. Me as the employee that's out there trying to find work, it's incumbent on me to come across that posting, apply for it, if I even have the credentials to apply for it. And that means I have a bachelor's degree if it requires a bachelor's degree. What WGU is moving towards, along with hundreds of other partners, is a environment where there are a set of skills that I have that are verified. And this could be, if I have a bachelor's degree, I may have 100 to 150 skills that our institution now grants every bachelor's degree and says, we have shown that you have these skills, and it gets locked away in an online learner employment record, that wallet, right? And so what we're trying to get that employers to do is transition to, rather than saying you need a bachelor's degree, say you need someone with this set of skills, 15 skills, 20 skills. What that allows for us to do is, me as an employee, to say, well, I'm going to, in my learner employment record, I'm going to toggle on that I'm looking for work, and it will have all my skills embedded in there, and it will automatically pull for me every job that has the 15 skills that I already have, right? And I can then look and see what's available. It also allows employers to then look and see what employees in that job bank have those same set of skills. The other thing it does is that if I went for 3 years to college and I got a bunch of education but no bachelor's degree, I still have a bunch of skills. And so it allows for folks that may not have gotten that degree but can still verify those skills, whether they came from an employer or the military or an education institution, to apply for that job and find that job more easily. So that's, when we talk about what we're working on there with LERs and skills, that's what we're trying to accomplish, is how can we all get on the same page of moving beyond just bachelor's degree or associate's degree as the measure of employability.
Got it.
Which I think also gets to sort of the heart of what Representative Hsu was asking about, right? Do we just need the slip of paper, or do we need employees who have these skills?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great questions. Senator Pittman, still with us?
Hopefully you'll rate mine as great, too. I really hope so. Thank you both for being here. I will admit to a bias against you when I first heard that you were going to be here, and I don't know where that came from. Maybe there were some news reports out there and these types of things. So I'm actually super happy that you've come in and talked about your approach. And I truly believe that our universities here in Kansas could learn, especially from the skills piece that you're talking about, to help our graduates that come out of those, the community colleges, the technical schools, to really articulate each of those skills in a way and make those available for future employers. I think you're providing, it sounds like, a much-needed interface between higher education and the actual employers out there. So appreciate that about you. Could you just, two questions. One is, if you look at one of our goals here was to increase workforce, either participation, availability to work inside of our workforce here in Kansas. From your experience, do you have any numbers that say, hey, these are the number of students that have come through WGU that were unemployed, substantially unemployed, and then became employed after going through your credentialing program of some sort? Or is it more about transitioning from an employment position, say at an Amazon, into a higher level of management? And those are both valid statistics. The first one is something that, we're trying to increase workforce. We're also trying to enhance people's lives with better workforce development. So do you have any kind of notion of those kind of stats, or maybe you could get them to us?
Do I have them on top of my head? No. Can I get them? Yes. I mean, I know that we have plenty of unemployed individuals that come to WGU to get that degree that they want to get the job that they want. The one thing I will say about that, and this is one of the nice things about competency-based and WGU's model, if you are unemployed, and we saw this a bunch during the pandemic, right, with folks being laid off, sitting at home with nowhere to go and nothing to do, a lot of folks decided they were going to improve their lives and enroll in WGU. And so how we charge for tuition is a little bit different since we're not semester-based. We charge a flat rate. It's about $3,600 for 6 months of learning. So that $3,600 buys you all you can learn in that 6 months. And so since we are competency-based, we had individuals who were employed that wanted to put their nose to the grindstone, so to speak, and knock off that bachelor's degree in 6 months at a cost of $3,600. And so when you are talking about an unemployed person, getting them back into employment as quickly as possible, as cheaply as possible, is a goal I think we would all share, right? And so only with this sort of competency-based model and how we do our pricing are we able to accomplish an objective of getting someone within 6 months, a degree, back into the workforce for $3,600. That can't be said pretty much anywhere else from a traditional university setting in the state.
Thank you for that. Yeah, 3,600 obviously is a bit of a barrier for some of the folks in my community, as you can imagine, and financial aid options. Hopefully there's some out there. The other thing I was going to ask about is when we talk about nursing and health and teaching, I see it in the IT world, but the other two, here in Kansas, we do have on-site kind of requirements. We have people go in and they teach, they assistant teach, as well as in the nursing, they require a certain number of hours. Do you guys help manage that from your perspective, or do you just take care of the certification piece of it and then ask them to work with, say, another institution to conduct those other things that would be required by some of our nursing boards and things like that?
We work in all 50 states, and so we have staff who are dedicated, especially to our nursing students and our teaching students, to get them that clinical experience and then that student teaching experience. We call it demonstration teaching. I actually served as a clinical supervisor for 3 of our Teachers College candidates, and so I got to work with students in Shawnee Mission. I got to work with a student in Holton as they were wrapping up their degree and completing that student teaching. It was no different in terms of the experience for those students.
Thanks.
And expectations as well.
And Senator Pittman, I just want to, as you brought up financial aid and sort of that barrier for $3,600 for students, 2 things to say there. One, every one of our students is eligible for federal financial aid. And so, certainly if they're low income, Pell will be an option there. But what they are not eligible for, they may be a Kansas resident, they may pay Kansas taxes, but because they chose to go to WGU, by the virtue of how your financial aid statutes are written for your state-based financial aid programs, they cannot access their own state's financial aid programs.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here today. I've got a couple of questions that just sort of popped up as you were reading your testimony to us. So one of the questions that, one of the things that you brought up in particular under number 1, strengthening workforce connections. Can you tell me a little bit more about how competency-based education looks? Because who determines what competency is and isn't? You talked a little bit about some of the metrics which sound a great deal like traditional education, correct? Like your tests, your projects? Is it just like that? Is it a universal metric? Because we are very metrics-based, in particular in regards to our testing that we insist on in K-12. So I'm wondering how these metrics look in this type of education model.
You want to tackle?
Sure. Yeah, I would say it depends on each program. I'm obviously most knowledgeable about Teachers College and our College of Health Professions. But in terms of the business school or IT school, we're working with businesses to decide what skills do you need? What are the objectives that our students need to master in order to work for you? We're also within the limits of all of the statute expectations, meeting accreditation boards, all of those things, just like any other college would be when they're setting their objectives for a course. Unlike that, our professors are not actually writing the content for the course, and I would be working with my students and someone is teaching an entirely different course even though it has the same title. We have the same content, the same objectives to master. And then in terms of what is competence, each assessment is given essentially just a massive rubric, and on each subsection of that rubric, they have to demonstrate mastery. And so when I say a student has demonstrated mastery in an objective, they have demonstrated mastery in each subsection of that objective as well. Our students are given the opportunity to go back, master any content that they hadn't mastered previously, and are able to reattempt an assessment when they've done that.
You want to talk about evaluation faculty and kind of how that works and the accountability there?
Sure. We also have a set of faculty who are dedicated to evaluating our assessments, again, outside of our instructors. If I'm adjuncting at a university, I've chosen some of the content, I have written the assessment, I'm scoring it myself. At WGU, we have a separate set of staff for that. So again, they're using as objective as we can that evaluation rubric on a performance assessment. And each of those evaluators is also calibrated on how they're rating students. And all of that data is looked at on a continuous basis to make sure that the high expectations are being met.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, may I have one final question, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So throughout the process of this testimony, I have heard you mention partnership quite a great deal, and we're being compared to other states who are partnering. What does partnership look like? How much will that cost us? What does that entail? I know that you all are, selling something here, so let's cut to the chase. What is it, and what do you want from us?
So the state affiliate partnerships cost the state a grand total of $0. WGU is an institution founded by governors and was founded by states. We take that initial mission very seriously, and that is the reason why we have worked with a dozen states over the past few years to partner with them. So what that looks like for each state, it will vary a little bit differently, but what we often will talk about is, we will work with your community colleges to ensure that their degrees transfer into ours seamlessly. The other piece that it usually means is that our students will have access to their own state's financial aid programs. They're Kansas residents, they pay Kansas taxes. They are going to an accredited university with great outcomes. They are a fundamentally different set of students than what is being served in a traditional higher education setting today. And so for that reason, that's something that we would want the state to look at. Beyond that, it is really about what you all as legislators and what the governor's office in this case would be interested in working with us on. I gave the example of the state of Iowa and some of the work we're doing there with parent to teacher pathways. In Missouri right now, we are working to construct a nursing lab and stand up a pre-licensure nursing program so that we can create more nurses in the state of Missouri. If you have a particular IT need, right, we can work with you on IT, on business pathways. The sky is the limit, but the partnership is based on where you would find the most value in working with an institution like WGU to target a particular set of students, of residents that you want to go after. And so I mean, that's what the model looks like. There's a sort of an MOU that usually we engage with the governor. Sometimes legislatures have originated, some resolutions that speak to a partnership. But what it really means is that, right now WGU is delivering and enrolling students in Kansas, and I won't call it a passive way, but traditional marketing, right? We'll be out there. That's how we'll recruit students in Kansas, and that's sort of it, right? What it does is it takes our engagement to the state to a whole new level, where we operate, almost as a quasi-public university in your state, to be very focused on the value add that we bring to the table and work with you on that set of partnerships that you would find value in.
Well, thank you. I'd be curious to see any model legislation regarding how you would like us to change our financial aid system in order to be more accommodating. So anything you'd feel free to send the committee, I would be happy to look at. Thank you for being here.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I did look at a previous bill that was in the House, I believe, House or Senate. It was in the House. It was 5 or 6 years ago. And it basically was a resolution that we're going to partner with these people. There was a little bit in there about financial aid, I think, but all it was doing really was giving financial aid to people that deserve financial aid, that already qualify for financial aid in the state, but can't use it because they can't go to our traditional colleges. So I don't know that it was that, I don't know, it was introduced late and it didn't really go anywhere, but I do remember having a presentation from WGU, and I think it was appropriations my first year, and first years are always a blur as it is, but it did stick. It did stick in my head, and so it's kind of why I asked them to come back, because I thought they might have some good solutions, especially in rural Kansas, where people can't get out to go to college, and when they do get out to go to college, they don't come back. And so it'd be nice to be able to keep, that's a good question. How many students leave the state after they get a degree with you?
So I do not have data for Kansas. I have data for Missouri, because when we engage in a process to secure financial aid in that state, we did a survey there. 90+% of our graduates in the state of Missouri are still there.
Okay. Right, the rest are Kansas.
The other 10 came to Kansas.
Representative Arnberger Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, I'm on your guys' website just so I can fully understand, and so what I'm curious on, I didn't know that you guys offer master's programs as well. So, and it says typically a graduate can graduate in 12 months, 45-30 for tuition for 6 month term, so forth like that. My question is, somebody who has a bachelor's degree right now, could I apply for this? And even though I know that one of your credentials is some college, so I was curious how the master's program fits into the some college portion.
Yes. Okay. I will help you get enrolled as soon as the meeting is done. But yeah, so when you look at our master's programs, it requires a bachelor's degree to enroll in a master's program. That's the same as any other university, and that's an accreditation standard that we need to comply with. Yep. And yeah, I mean, to your point, I mean, on the programs, right, it is broad and wide. We offer MBAs, healthcare administration, computer science, IT, right? I mean, cybersecurity. I mean, we do all the things that you hear about being in demand, right? In addition to a lot of things we've talked about in terms of teaching and nursing, right? Just because we know that's such a critical need, particularly in rural parts of the state. But we are a comprehensive university offering a lot of different high-value programs.
Okay, Senator Warren, and we're about out of time for this one, so let's we're down to the part of the presentation where there are short answers. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and short questions too, right? Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I've been perusing your website as well. I've been testifying and see business, IT, health and nursing and teaching as kind of the 4 categories of degrees. My question is the partnership that you provide with the Open Skills Network, and one of the categories of folks that you collaborate with starting when you launched this in 2020 was higher education institutions. So when you have a bachelor degree from a higher education institution, that's not WGU, how does that translate to a bachelor's degree from one of these higher ed institutes that maybe doesn't have the skill-based breakdown in their bachelor's degree? Because to me, it would seem broader than what WGU, how does that mesh together in other states?
So what that work is particularly focused on is creating a universal sort of open source standard of how we are going to identify and define a particular skill. And so let's just say the skill is critical thinking, right?
You do work with the higher ed
Yes.
institutes to determine what that is for this network?
Yes, and so what it will be is critical thinking skill. We're going to all agree on what the definition of that is. And then if you're getting your skill credit or your skill verification from University of Kansas that says critical thinking, or if you got it from WGU, that means the same thing, right? We agree to the same standard of how we're going to define those skills. And so what we're doing with Open Skills Network and other university partners is they are working to embed skill definitions in their programs in the same way that WGU is working to embed skill definitions in all of our programs.
Thank you. And appreciate hearing about more options for our residents in Kansas to find further employment and get the skills necessary to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I would, just one quick comment, I would be remiss if you are looking for a, on the ground perspective, go talk with your colleague, Adam Thomas, whose wife enrolled in WGU shortly after we met with him. So, and I think, and I'm still working on, I think when the wife is done, we're going to get him enrolled as well. But that'd be a great, no BS, endorsement.
Sure, he appreciates the shout out, and so does his wife. I'm seeing no further questions, and I had a list of questions, and most of mine were answered. One of the one thing that I don't think we touched on, you've talked about it several times, and I know we're almost out of time, so I'd like kind of a quick answer. But there's a teacher shortage in Kansas. Well, there's a national teacher shortage, and it seems like other states are being creative in how they're addressing it. The Parents to Teacher program that you mentioned a couple of times, you're talking about like the mom that's in a class that's a para right now can go to school while she's there and get credit for being a para, get student teaching at that same school, and still get paid for it because she's a para.
Yes.
Okay, so one of the issues I've always had with how we teach education here is we put these teachers in classes and they work for free and still pay tuition. And I've never really understood that. How does that work? And then we get out and we don't pay them anything.
Yep.
So can you tell me how that works in I'll give you 2 minutes. And
So it's a huge barrier. And so if you look at what we're doing with Iowa, we're solving the tuition issue by making sure that their tuition is free. But from a working learner standpoint, from a parent to teacher standpoint, the biggest barrier is when we require those paras to quit their job for 12 weeks to go take an unpaid demonstration teaching experience. That barrier is a deal breaker for many families who are low income, who are rural. They cannot afford to stop working. And so what we did in Iowa is the state is putting in the wage for that para while they are in their demonstration teaching, so they are not out that income merely because they chose to better themselves and get a credential and a teacher's license that district really, really needs.
All right, hey guys, thanks so much for being here today, and thanks for the information. I can see you coming back and talking in more detail to the Commerce Committee, should I still be chair next year, and even the Education Committees, both of them. So I think we're on to something here. I really appreciate you taking the time and coming here to talk to us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So committee, lunch is going to be here at noon. We can start the presentation, or it should be here at noon, or maybe a little bit after. So we're going to move on to the next presenter, Andrew Slapp from Wichita State University. And Thanks for being here. I know that you drove in this morning, too.
Yep.
I visited the Works program, or the Wichita State program, and learned about the Works program a few months ago as we were kind of going through the appropriations process this year. And I was impressed with how they kind of get their workforce in. They teach them, they pay for their education, and they also work for them, and they make money. So it's kind of a neat deal, a new way to kind of get the workforce going. So I've asked him to come speak about that today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. No, thank you, Chair Tarwater and members of the committee. I'm excited to be here today. I noticed you guys gave me 45 minutes on the agenda, which is awesome because I usually have 5 and then I get the hook at 3. So I tried to reduce the presentation to a 5-minute presentation, but I'm pretty positive I can get the full 45 minutes in if that's where you want to go. But anyway, thanks for being here. And then what I really wanted to do, and I'm going to talk about the NIRA Works program. Some of you have been there. Senator Dietrich was just there last week. Let that be the example of what we're doing. But I want to take some time and talk about what we're doing and why we're doing it, right? And when I talk to all of you, and I talk to local elected officials, and I talk to everybody, the number one thing they always say is, what are you doing to grow the economy? And what are you doing to create jobs? And what I want to come here today is talk about the 5 things that we're doing that are working, that are creating jobs in Kansas, that I think can be easily replicated throughout the entire state, and then go back and talk about what the return has been to show you that there's real data and real information that shows that these 5 steps have implemented work. So first of all, we just heard from this previous presenter. I want to say this is a real deal. In Sedgwick County, we have 85,000 people from age 25 to 35 that have a high school degree or less. It's about 17% of our population. Correlate that throughout the state of about 3 million people, probably looking at 300 to 500,000 people in the state, 25 to 35, that have not gone on to get some type of a credential beyond high school. And the jobs of today are going to require something, additional training to get there. So what are we doing to make sure we focus on that? So I think that's really important. If I turn over to the first page of my testimony, you see our vision and mission statement. But I want to be clear about one thing. Here's what our president says every day. This is what our vision and mission is. We are a public urban research university, and we solve community problems. So we go out and talk to the community, what are the issues we're facing, and then we go back and seriously take on what we need to solve those problems. And I'm going to tell you it's working. So the Board of Regents just put out their data of what's happening in higher education, and every institution in this state is down for the last year and the last 12 years, except for one, and it's Wichita State. And as we go through the legislative session, this is my little plug, this is my sales plug, and we're going to talk about higher ed being down and what are all the problems in higher ed. I want you to understand that Wichita State is up 5% this year and up 12% for the last 5 years. We are bucking the trend of what's happening in the state of Kansas because we're offering real, relevant, applied learning to our students. So when they graduate, they don't just get a degree, but they have had a skill and a training with a multinational company that allows them to be more marketable as they go forward. On the second page, this is for those that are old enough to remember Spinal Tap, this is my Spinal Tap moment. I'm looking at this slide and I'm realizing I have arrows pointing one way and the information going the other way. So if we could put like a 2-foot Stonehenge by me as I'm talking to you. That's what I'm thinking of this slide. But here are the 5 things. So if we walk away and you say, my God, he talked for the full 45 minutes and I don't remember anything he said, here are the 5 most important things that I think are critical to workforce development. Number 1 is growing, it's up there. That's awesome. Okay. Growing the economy, right? Go counterclockwise. In order to grow the economy, in order to attract business, there has to be infrastructure in place that allows that company to operate at a profit level that is better than your competitors. So at the end of the day, if you want workforce, no company is going to move to a place where it costs more money to do business. So infrastructure is often overlooked as an important factor of how we create workforce development. Number 2, when you do, and this is where universities drop the ball, Number two is you have to work with those businesses and those industries, and you have to develop programs that are relevant to the needs of who they're looking for to hire. And I'm going to tell you, and it's not easy at Wichita State either, I'm not sure a lot of the trained faculty believe that that's their job, is to go make sure they serve the needs of industry. But you need to. And that's a battle worth fighting, and that's why I'm talking about it publicly. When I go home, I'll get yelled at and I'll have nasty emails, but that's okay, because that's critical. And then number three is, where's the talent pipeline? Talent pipeline's critical, especially in Kansas. We graduate 33,000 seniors every year, and it's going to go down. Texas graduates 350,000 seniors every year. It's a little bit more than we have. We are not producing enough people in Kansas to satisfy the workforce needs, right? The reason I talked about that 85,000 before, or 500,000 in the state of Kansas, we need to educate more people in college than are the traditional people that want to go to college. We have to figure out how to get those who don't want to go to college. And we got to figure out how to attract more people that are not in Kansas to move to Kansas so they can take jobs here as well. So that's the talent pipeline. And then the secret sauce, whatever, is that a McDonald's term? I don't want to steal or be in trouble, but the secret sauce that WSU provides is that applied learning, right? You bring a student in, it's not an internship, it's not a co-op, it's actually working for a company. Real work, a real product. We have a project manager who goes to companies and says, what's a book of work you need? We talk about what the price they'll pay for that work, how many hours are needed, and then we provide the students necessary to get that work done. And that can be for 4 years. And if you want to do a co-op during that time, if you want to do an internship during that time, do it. But you have a job, right? And then what we've also done is a lot of these companies will say, you need to have some skills to work for us. So we created badges. They're very short programs, a week or two, where you can learn a skill set and you get a half credit, quarter of a credit, maybe a full credit, depending on what you do, that can go towards your degree, but more importantly, gives you the training you need to walk in the door and start working for that company. So those are the 5 things, right? If you were just going to quit listening, you can now. Okay, because this is really the critical piece of what we're talking about. The next slide is the infrastructure. Why is infrastructure important? And here's just a real world data. When I only thought I had 5 minutes, I took out the Industrial Revolution. I took out the revolution we're going through now, the digital revolution. I can add that all back in. But let's talk about when Kansas got founded. Why did Kansas grow to almost 3% of the U.S. population? Because the railroad came through Kansas, right? And people from Pennsylvania were looking around and going, hey, there's no trees, there's no rocks, it's flat. It's not going to take a whole lot of time to farm this land and be productive. And now there's a railroad going from east to west that I can move product. So Kansas grew from nothing to about 3% of the world's population, or the U.S., not world, U.S. population. And that's a percent of population, because Kansas has grown over time, but it's since 1890, our population as a percent of the total U.S. population has been declining every single year. So for 130 years, we have lost population compared to the growth of the rest of the country. All right, it doesn't mean we're not an agricultural powerhouse. We are. It just means all the people we needed to do agriculture in this state moved here in 1890, and we didn't need more people to do that job. Still critical, still important, and talk about what we need to do to grow the productivity of agriculture, and it's all part of this third wave we need to do, which is digital transformation. But to me, that's real stunning. And we need to understand that's what's happening in Kansas. We're actually, as a percent of U.S. population, declining faster today than we ever have in our past. So this is something we need to pay attention to. Next slide. Now you have to work with industry. So one of the things we did at Wichita State is we said, what are the industry clusters? Who are the people we need to talk to? Number one, it's advanced materials and manufacturing. In Wichita, aerospace, we have more manufacturing jobs per capita than any city in America. It's a good and bad thing. Agriculture, energy, IT systems support, transportation and logistics, and healthcare. And we met with all the industry leaders of those sectors, and we asked them what they needed. You know, and if you talk about the Industrial Revolution and older companies, they're all worried about taxes, and they're worried about regulations, right? Because they're a commodity. And every percent matters. But if you go back to when they were growing 100 years ago, they didn't care about taxes. When you went to a steel company that was growing 20 and 30% a year and you said, hey, we're going to tax you 3%, they're like, get the hell out of the way. We're trying to make money. We don't have time for this conversation. Today, you had a 10% tax to that steel company, they're out of business, right? But in the industrial or in the digital transformation, the world we've been in since 1979, what they're really looking for is, where's the talent that understands this digital world? And when do we invest in the technology that's going to allow us to compete in this world? Because we keep watching people who buy the stuff, and 2 years later, it's not the right stuff, and we invested in the wrong thing. So how do we make sure that happens? That's the conversation we had with industry. Those are the programs that we're trying to develop at Wichita State. And here's an interesting fact. We can go 2 slides on that if you want. All net new jobs in America since 1979, this is from Steve Case's book, The Third Wave. He was on CNBC this morning, so I thought that was appropriate we talk about this. But it's also from the Kauffman Society, or excuse me, Foundation. All net new jobs in America, 100% of them. I'm just going to say this again because every time we talk about jobs, we're always like, what job should we focus on, right? It's so obvious. Since 1979, all net new jobs in America have been in technology, 100%. Doesn't mean that manufacturing jobs, there hasn't been, we hired more manufacturing jobs in Wichita, but probably in Atlanta, Georgia, they laid off, right? So it kind of becomes a net zero growth, right? But newly created jobs are in technology. So I sit there and I say, okay, if we're going to focus on where we need to focus in Kansas, and all the industry sectors say we need people who have IT and digital knowledge when they graduate, and we need to know what investments we need to make in this digital economy so that we can be successful, and we know that all job growth in America is in that area, that's where we should focus. And that's what Wichita State is focusing on. So I get back to ag is critical. But the future of ag is precision farming, right? So you need to have your tractor programmed in to know how far to plant the seed, when to put all the water, all of this stuff. All this information's available, except I'm telling you, when I drive to southern Kingman County, which is 30 minutes from Wichita, my cell phone doesn't work. There's no internet, right? So all these people who could be making a lot more money can't because the infrastructure is not there to allow them to do that. Oil and gas is the same thing. A friend of mine who gets up every morning at 4 o'clock and checks every one of the derricks to make sure they're not leaking, to make sure they're pumping, and all that stuff. Wouldn't it be great if he could wake up and turn on his computer, if he had internet, and you had sensors on that, and all that information came to him, and he would know which pumps are working, which weren't, what's critical to go to fix right now, because it's really bad to have a pump that's leaking, right, at 6 o'clock in the morning and you don't find it till 5 o'clock at night. All of that can be solved by IT. So we're not talking about bringing in new companies or new industries. We're talking about helping the industries that are here, and then what are the support services we add. Talking about the talent pipeline, one of the things we did at Wichita State, knowing, A, we better figure out how to get those 85,000 students in Sedgwick County into school, and what are the supports they need, because they're probably not going to be very good students right off the bat. That's probably why they're not in school. What do we need to do to help them? Because it's not, college can't be a choice for those who are lucky enough to go. It's going to be needed for everybody. So how do you get them? But more importantly, how do you attract more people? So we started the I-35 corridor, I-70 corridor, so that we can offer in-state tuition to those people along those interstates so they can come to Kansas for free. Or not for free. That would be awesome, right? Hey, that's my ask. Can we get free college? No. So how to get them with in-state tuition? And then how can we keep them in Kansas and working? And when I will tell you, when we started this program, we were hoping about 20% of them would stay in Kansas. And the rest, when they go back to Dallas or Houston, at least they have a relationship with Kansas. And so they might start trading, and we have more infrastructure with those companies in those states. The other thing we did was make a partnership with Wichita Tech, because there's a lot of people who go to a tech school or community college that didn't know they wanted to go to college or didn't know there was a difference. And then universities make it really hard for them to transfer to. We go, oh, the English you took at WSU Tech, oh, that's terrible, right? The English we teach at Wichita State is so much better, so you have to do it again, right? We got to stop that. And so how do we do that? And so the real issue is, for those people who never knew they wanted a 4-year degree, let's get them a 4-year degree. That partnership with WSU Tech is great, and WSU Tech is growing as well. Together, both of our enrollments are about 22,000. But those who don't have the qualifications to get into Wichita State can go to WSU Tech, and they can prove themselves in that environment, and then start, if they want to get a bachelor's degree, come on over to Wichita State. So that's an important part, again, to start reaching those who traditionally and normally don't go to a 4-year institution. On page 10, we have to keep our research university affordable and accessible. We've talked about accessibility, but affordability is great, because I come up here all the time and we talk about how expensive it is. I look around and everyone talks about Purdue. Purdue has kept tuition at $10,000 a year and hasn't raised it for 5 years. And everyone talks about, why aren't we doing what Purdue does? I just want you to look. To go to Wichita State is less than $10,000 a year, right? We are a very affordable research institution, and we aim to keep that. And we talk about need-based aid. Those people that are not going to school, they don't want to go into debt, they don't want to have, it needs to be more than Pell. And so we're spending a lot of time on how do we get need-based aid to help those people who would normally not think about going to school. Page 11 is our applied learning partners. These are all, we have about 50 companies on our campus that actually work with our students and do applied learning, but we have over 500 companies that we have contracts with that our students will work while they're going to school. Okay, and so they get all that experience. So this just gives you a taste and a flavoring of what we're doing there. What's the benefit to companies for doing this? Even companies who we've hired, and you'll talk later, I think Textron is coming in. We did this with Beechcraft. Beechcraft, when they were going through their bankruptcy and all that stuff, we said, hey, we want to do an applied learning model with you. And they said, we're not doing that. We're not going to let students come in here and do work. We need educated, qualified people. We said, hey, give it a try. We'll do it for free. We did do it for free. And they said, we'll do it, but we're not hiring any of the students when we're done. Well, what happened during that 3- and 4-year period is they started realizing that this person fits our culture. We can't lose this person. We don't need Andy. Andy can go, right? So, and they ended up hiring about 65% of the people that we brought in because they fit the culture, they had the training, and here's the benefit of applied learning while you're going to school. You cut down that window. It's typically, when you get hired by a company, it's 2 years before you're profitable for that company. And we all remember, I had this happen to me, so I get hired by somebody who's willing to train me. And then about a year in, as they're training me, I start realizing all these other companies are paying the people who do my job more money. And so now I'm mad at the company who's training me. As soon as I get done training, that other company poaches me and steals me away. I go work for them because I hate that company. They're doing it because they're not training. Right? They're saving money by poaching employees. So what applied learning does is we can take that 24-month period for you to be profitable and reduce that down to about 6 months. So that when you're leaving with your degree, you can go to that company and you're profitable almost the moment you hit that door. That's the savings to companies. If you ask why are companies partnering with us, we can actually save money to their bottom line. Talk about NIR Works for a second. That really encapsulates everything that we're talking about here. So you guys helped us last year in building the infrastructure. For those of you that have seen it, we're retrofitting 777s. The hangar you build for a 777 is huge. It is huge. Until you see it, you don't have an understanding. The engine on a 777 is the same circumference as the fuselage of a 737. It's how much larger this aircraft is. What we've done in this new digital world, right, where people are staying home and they're ordering, it used to be real easy because you would just take containers and boxes of thousands of things to your local Walmart or Target, and then people came to the store and bought. But today, everyone sits home and orders many different things. And now we have to figure out how we move all this product back and forth to your home in this digital world that we're in. This is what the 777 retrofit is doing. So the infrastructure that the state is helping is, how do we have this infrastructure so that we can retrofit those aircraft? What we didn't do is ask a company to come here and give them the money. The infrastructure will always be in Kansas. So if Company A comes in and Company A leaves, the infrastructure is still there, Company B can come. Company C can come in, and you can start to build off that infrastructure that's there. The second thing that we did is we said we need people to actually know how to retrofit their A&P mechanics. We teach that at WSU. We need more of them. So the first thing we did, the business community came in Wichita and said, we will pay for those kids to go to school. So we got a scholarship for them to go to school. So if you take a job at NIAR Works, and I think we have just under 1,000 employees now there, you will get to go to school for free. Typically, it takes 2 years to get your A&P mechanics. It takes 3 years because you're working during the day. You work during the day, you get paid the normal wage that anybody would get paid while they're doing that. And then when you graduate, the commitment is you stay an additional 2 years and work at that place. And then the hope is, because this is growing and it has a backlog of 10 or 20 years of work, that they'll actually stay, and we'll continue to do that. And how do we grow that? So NIAR Works, to me, is the real tangible piece of what we're talking about, right? You guys help with the infrastructure. We went and talked to the industry. What's the training that we need? How do we get that talent? How do we educate them? And then what's the applied learning model that we keep? And then how do we have that growing? So to me, that's the real world example of what we're doing that you guys helped with. On the second to last page, this is our return on investment, because people keep saying, what is your return on investment? So number one, if you look at paid applied learning, if you can see, since 2017, it's boomed. That's when we really started working with business and putting this together. This year, we just updated the numbers. It went from 27 to 26 because that was COVID, right? And people were working at home, and I don't know if you know this or not, but applied learning and manufacturing doesn't work on a Zoom call. So there were fewer people and fewer opportunities to work. This year, it's back up to 28 million and close to about 6,000 students in applied learning right now. Total grant awards. So we are, as far as the university goes, we're #1 in private sector research and engineering by a factor of 10. We do about almost $80 million. The next closest is Georgia Tech at about $8 million, to give perspective. But here's what's happened. Because of this relationship with industry, our research portfolio that grew from 2015 at 54 million to what I have here on this slide is 180 million in FY21. But in FY22, it's $270 million, and it's still growing. So that is the important part. Again, these are all companies that are coming here, using our students and having a place as we're doing research for them and solving real-world problems. And lastly, as I talked about, we need to attract people from outside the state. So the newest number, and it's not on here, we have 1,100 students that come from the I-35, I-70 corridor. It's actually just under 1,500 today, and our first graduating class just happened. And as I said earlier, we were hoping to keep about 20%. 49% of those graduates actually took jobs in Kansas and stayed in Kansas. So this page, I think, is important because when we went and said these are the 5 things that we need to do to grow the Kansas economy, this is the results that we've had. So again, trying to give a real world example. We took seriously when you guys told us to grow the economy and create jobs, and it's different than what most universities are doing. And we went through a lot of grief. Those of you in Wichita will know how much grief we went through as we started setting up this plan. But those results are real, and that's impacting the economy of Kansas. And that closes the circle of what we're doing. Applied learning grows the economy, and we're going to keep doing that. And I'll stop there and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, and thanks for coming back to the number of students that stayed. The reason I was interested in that particular number, when you said you were hoping 20% would save, I was trying to do the math in my head. If we're subsidizing some of this education for out-of-state individuals, how are we going to get a return on that investment? But if half of them are staying, that's it. I mean, that does it, because they're going to live here, work here, pay property tax, pay tax, have kids here.
Yep.
The reason I am concerned about it is because there's like 8 kids in my one neighborhood that leave the state to go to Arkansas for, I think
Yes.
your daughter goes there, but,
No.
or going to, maybe. But anyway, I was wondering how they do it. You know, they get in-state tuition
They do.
as a Kansan, and that's it. They're hoping, they're betting on the come. They're wanting them to stay.
Here's what we know, right? And this was Dr. Bardo. You go to college, if you meet your spouse there, if that's where your job is, that's where you're going to stay. So, right, and what Dr. Bardo challenged us to say is, if we educate somebody in accounting, and we don't have enough accounting degrees, you don't call your local chamber and say, hey, I got an accounting degree, I'll give you 24 months to bring an accounting company in, and I'll wait and see, call me back if I have a job, right? You're leaving. So A, we have to have companies here, but B, we have to recognize that when people leave the state, if that's where they meet their spouse, if that's where they get their first job, the chances of them coming back are not very good. So how do you keep them here? And that's really the whole play we're trying to do, is come to Wichita State, and we're going to put you in a job with a company that's here in Kansas, and hopefully we'll keep you, right? And I just think that has to be all part of what we're doing.
How many students participate in the Works program right now?
The students, I think it's like 200 or 300. I think we have about 800 to 1,000 people total working in there. And so that would be students and workforce doing that together. But it's still, you know, we're still in the infancy. We just built our second hangar. We're waiting for the second aircraft. They're doing some other things, but it's growing really, really quickly.
Is there a waiting list?
For students?
Students that
Yeah.
want to be paid
Yes.
to go to school?
Yeah. We don't have enough slots, but every 6 months, we started another 25 students. So we're hoping over time that we can do more of that as well. But yeah, we need to grow that for sure.
Thank you. Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we do not often agree, but he expressed concerns about, in particular, Arkansas taking a lot of our students. Huge chunk of my daughter's graduating class has gone there, and they have a very successful model, I feel, for recruitment. My question to you is this. So you talked about how we are getting students to stay in Kansas. Do we have a breakdown of what parts of the state they're settling in? I mean, I'm going to assume Johnson County, you know, because I have to put in a plug for us, but can't resist that. But I mean, do we have more of a breakdown, or does it really necessarily matter? Just wanted to hear more about that.
Well, you know, so just so we understand, about 73% of the graduates at Wichita State stay in Kansas, right? So we have, and a lot of them are going to stay in our metropolitan area just because of the manufacturing aviation base. But it doesn't mean they are, right? Because Johnson County has a lot of kind of the Garmins and so forth that provide a lot of the equipment for these commercial and general aviation aircraft. So they'll be anywhere. We just want them to stay in. I'm sure I could find that data of where they're locating. But I would assume most in our region. But that's really been our effort, is how do we have companies actually create a presence on our campus so that students can work while they're on our campus. And if you haven't been to Wichita State in a while, I mean, we've doubled the size. And the other side is basically industry partners that our students are working at. So I would assume most are there. Mm-hmm.
If committee members, if you have not been there to tour the Innovation Campus, I would certainly suggest it, because they've got it figured out, and then they do keep their students. They have jobs right when they get out of school because of the way they teach them. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Andy, for being here in your presentation. Yes, I want to echo that sentiment. If you do want to come, please let me know. I'm happy anytime I can get on campus. I always learn something new, so be happy to arrange that. Andy, I know you jokingly said earlier that, yes, your ask is like free college for everyone. But seriously, we've had many discussions, and along with Dr. Utash at Wichita Tech, about the 3 prongs that we need to come together in order to meet workforce development, which is, of course, government, industry, and education. So what would be your ask, or what are some things that we can do as the legislature to help in the effort to provide our businesses and industry with the workforce they need from your educational perspective?
Yeah, you know, to me, and we've narrowed it down, we usually have some government relation, or did I say government relations? That would be great. That's another thing I want to send some more money for my job. Economic development, right? We really try to focus on what are those areas we need to focus on to grow that are have high impact on creating jobs. But from my perspective, to get that talented workforce that we need, people who are smart and know that college is a future and you're going to make more money if you go to school, they're already going to school, right? And we offer them scholarships, which is great. My son got a free ride scholarship. It was great. He was going to college whether it was going to be free or not, right? So we spend all this time looking for those best and the brightest that are going to go to school, and we give them, that's where we put our money. And then we have all these people over here, and especially in Wichita, it's the Hispanic community, right? You got to go to work. You got to support the family. You're raising the kids. We're doing all these things. We're not going to college, and we're sure not going to go into debt to have you go to college. And we can argue all the time that you're going to get a better job and you're going to make $1 million more in lifetime earnings if you get that degree. It doesn't matter, right? So what are we doing to attract those students? And what you're going to have to do, and this was the big ask we had last year, and it got put in the comprehensive grant, is we're going to have to figure out what need-based aid looks like. With Kansas dwarfs in comparison of what other states around us are paying in need-based aid to attract that person who's fully capable and competent of going to school, but just for various reasons, they didn't pay attention, they didn't whatever, or they had a family that didn't value it, they are not looking at those scholarships, nor do we offer scholarships to them. That's where we need to focus, and that's what we need to do. So one of our asks we'll have this year is for need-based aid. How do we capture those students to make a better life for them, right? We can bring all the people we want to Kansas to get jobs, but if we don't take care of the people that are already here and give them that same opportunity, I think that's a huge mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you mentioned there are other states that do a much better job at need-based aid.
Yeah.
Can you get us some information on
I have, yes, it was in the slide last year, and since I only thought I had 5 minutes, so took it out. But I think, you know, we're about 1 point.
I can imagine what it would have looked like if we would have given you 45.
It's awesome. Yeah, exactly. I know that we're about 1 million, 1 point something million. Nebraska's a little bit more, but they have half the population that we have. Texas is about 10 times the size of what we have. But I'll get that slide to you for sure.
Okay, thank you. Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. I'm a big fan of what you're doing here. I'm in digital transformation myself. It's the wave of the future. It's where we need to focus. And I've seen your presentation before, and I'm very much into what you've done down there. I've got to ask, on the flip side, some of the criticisms I've heard, and I'm just going to ask if, you know, you mentioned that when we bring in the students into the firm, the target industry, and we let them work there for free, and then they hire them in, and then we get rid of Andy. Andy is typically older, paid more, is what the criticism is. And all we're doing is we're supplementing, we're taking away the more expensive workforce and supplementing other people in there that are going to get paid less.
So
what's the response to that?
Yeah, well, I did a poor job of explaining that.
Who
because
Andy was?
what I was trying to say was, of the students that are there, right, they'll make a decision on what students they're going to keep or not keep. So when I said Andy's not hired, I meant if I was a student, I would be the one that they would say, yeah, he didn't fit the culture. He's not going to be part of that. But the benefit to Andy is he leaves with a degree and 3 years of working at that company and has that to go sell. So it is not, what this is not is us coming in and replacing that current worker. This is typically what it is. A lot of, especially in the engineering world, they'll have a book of work that they send to India, that they send to China to do. That's the work we're asking to apply for. So it really doesn't have anything to do with the people that are working there. And in fact, what I would tell you, what we've learned, and this is happening at Airbus, that Airbus is teaching those the students that are there what it's like to work at Airbus. And they have what they call reverse mentoring day, and I think it's on Tuesdays, where the students actually teach them what all the new technology is and how they could do their job better and more efficiently if they used the tools that were in front of them better. So that's what I'm talking about, is it's the student part of it. It's not trying to replace their workforce.
Second question would just be along, I mean, Wichita is uniquely positioned as partners with the airline industry, fantastic partners who, you know, it's a symbiotic relationship. It works great. If we were to try and incentivize a Garmin to relocate inside of Johnson County, as an example, future Garmin coming in, we don't have inside of that industry, we don't have the advantage of, you know, building a hangar. That's a unique infrastructure development. So when we look at other industries, and it's probably not a fair question given that you're focused on what you're focused on, but when we look across the state at other big metropolitan areas like Johnson County and the northeast areas of Kansas, up where I live, when looking at advanced manufacturing opportunities, I mean, we're challenged with figuring out how would we have an infrastructure development much like that to keep those companies here. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, you know, Garmin was founded by Wichita State grad, right? So we just put that little plug in there. But secondly, yeah, here's the difference, and here's why it's easier for you, right? When you're working on research for aircraft, your labs are huge. They're huge, right? So that's part of the problem we have is when you're crash testing parts of aircraft, that have to be, or you're doing anechoic chambers. These chambers have to be quite large. What we've discovered is in this digital world, we're doing the same research for all these other industries, right? What's happening to a server rack? What happens to a server rack when it's exposed to humidity? What happens when it has, you know, a lightning strike or some kind of electrical surge? But you can do that in a much smaller space. So our second national institute is digital transformation and research. So NIAR has about $1.6 million, or I always say dollars, square feet, 1.6 million square feet covered research labs. We can build it much smaller and provide those same labs for these other companies. So I think that's the real benefit, is taking what we've learned in the aviation and realizing it's scalable to these other places, and actually probably easier. It doesn't require as much land and space to do.
Thanks for the perspective. Yeah. I am going to come down there sometime.
Yeah.
I'd love to see you.
Yep.
Okay, well, thanks for keeping it to 5 minutes. And I'm seeing no further questions. Committee, the Kansas Chamber has sponsored lunch today. It's outside there. We're going to take a small break. The next agenda item is at 12:30, so we've got 15 minutes to grab lunch and start to eat, and then we'll have a working lunch starting at 12:30. Okay, guys, it's time to get back to business. Sorry for the few minutes late, but they took my clock off the wall and I kind of lost track of time. So Kevin Walker is our next presenter from the Overland Park Chamber of Commerce. Welcome to committee, sir.
Try this again. There we go. Thank you. See if I'm infinitely more interesting than a chicken sandwich or not. I guess we'll find out shortly. Kevin Walker with the Overland Park Chamber of Commerce. I don't think it's any surprise to any of you that when we talk to our members, the #1 issue, the #2 issue, and the #3 issue we hear about is workforce. That's a consistent theme. Any of you that have talked to any businesses in your community, know the same thing. And as a chamber, attraction, retention, and alignment of talent is our top priority. And so we've had a lot of conversations with our members, both formal and informal, about the problems that they're having and potential solutions. And today I want to focus on potential solutions. The things that I will bring up to you here shortly are really broad themes, kind of throwing some ideas at the wall to see what sticks. We have not vetted these with industry experts. Politically and financially, you all will have to determine whether they make sense within those parameters. But we did ultimately want to put a few ideas in front of you. If you'll look at my testimony on page 2, I do want to point to a couple of slides. The first one is on page 2, as I said, from the U.S. Chamber. There are 6 million unemployed people in the United States right now. If every one of them got a job today, we still would have 5 million vacancies. So we have a supply and a demand problem. We just do not have enough workers. Now, some of the solutions to this are not all based here in Topeka. We have been working with our federal lawmakers to address visas and legal immigration. We think that is certainly one area that needs to be addressed. We also recognize as business owners and business leaders that some of these solutions are incumbent upon us. We have to look at our salary structure, our benefits, the culture that we create within our businesses as we compete for talent. So there's things that we have to do. So I just want to be very clear, we're not expecting that the state of Kansas is in a position or is going to be able to tackle everything that's out there. The other slide I would point you to in my testimony, which is on page 3, is another slide from the U.S. Chamber, just looking at the workforce shortage by industry. It varies, obviously, by industry, but it is still a universal problem. We just don't have enough workers to fill the demand that's there. So what's the impact of all this? Well, I think every one of you has seen the impact, whether you go to a restaurant and you have to wait for a table, not because it's full, but because they don't have enough workers to service their customers, and so they close off sections of the restaurant. We have talked to a number of our hotel managers. They can't fill 100% of their rooms, not because of demand or lack of demand. It's because they don't have enough people to clean rooms to get them ready to rent to the next person. So there's a lot of impacts where this is creating just a domino effect across the state and across our economy. As I mentioned, we've had a series of meetings, both formal and informal, with our members. Most recently, we did hold a roundtable discussion. We invited about 25 members from different sectors to come talk to us about the challenges they're facing and hopefully give us a few solutions. We were very fortunate that several members of this committee were able to participate in that discussion. You can see some of the broad themes are outlined in my testimony. I'm not going to go over that today because, again, I think the focus is on what can we do in terms of solving these problems. You all are very familiar with what those problems are, so I'll let that stand on its own. As I said at the outset, these are really broad ideas that we want to put out in front of you. Some of these things the state is already addressing in different ways, and so maybe it's a continuation of those programs, maybe it's an expansion of those programs. But just to know that I think we have to really think big, we have to think differently, because ultimately, with the worker shortage problem we have today, yes, we need to do what we can to keep Kansans in Kansas, but we also have to do what we can to make sure that Kansas is as attractive as it is as possible so that when everybody is looking at where they want to live and where they want to go to work, that we're able to win that war for talent by creating a very viable a place that people want to live and relocate. Let me start with the first thought was, consider expanding the concept of tuition programs like the Promise Scholarship Act. That's an amazing piece of legislation that you all passed last year and got signed into law. And I think anything we can do to encourage Kansans to get the training, whether it's college training or whether it's a certificate-type training for skilled trades, if we can incent those students to stay in Kansas and work towards those needed job training requirements, and then have some sort of hook to keep them here in Kansas, we think that's a great idea, and we certainly should consider perhaps expanding something like that. We need to consider initiatives that incent high-demand workers to relocate to all areas of Kansas and not just rural Kansas. We all understand that rural and frontier Kansas is facing a particular challenge with the outflow of residents, and that is a concern. That's a major concern. But we also have to understand that some of the younger workers of today that we hope to keep in Kansas or attract to Kansas and that are the future of our state, and oftentimes they are looking for more of an urban or a suburban setting. And so we need to consider what can we do to help keep people there as well. So I like to say, I would rather lose somebody from, Dodge City, let's say. I'd rather have them move to Overland Park than move out of the state completely. So I think we need to look at our city or our state in totality. I would suggest that we consider expanding tuition programs for non-Kansans so that we can encourage some of the best and brightest in other states to consider coming here. It's been mentioned several times today about the tuition program that the University of Arkansas offers. I guess I'm proud that my kids have graduated, but I'm sorry to tell you that both of my kids graduated from Kansas high schools and went to Arkansas to go to school. And ultimately, for them, it was a good decision for their careers. I was able to get one of them back in the state temporarily, but he has since relocated to New York. So, I think it's this idea, what can we do to keep our Kansas students here, and how can we incent that? And then what can we do to keep or to encourage other kids from other states to come into Kansas? So I think by looking at what the University of Arkansas has done and maybe try to reverse that tide might be important. I think we need to consider housing programs that encourage young Kansans who have departed the state to consider coming back to Kansas and settling down when they're ready to start their families. We obviously need to do everything we can to keep them from leaving in the first place. I think that's probably the low-hanging fruit. It's probably the most reasonable return on our investment. But the reality is, as I mentioned, even with my own son, we've got kids that are leaving the state. And they may want to go to New York, they may want to go to LA or wherever, and those are wonderful places for lots of different reasons. But, from my perspective, there isn't a better place in the country to raise your family than here in Kansas. And so if we can find a way to reach out to those former Kansans and bring them back through housing programs or other incentives, we might look at something like that. We need to consider economic development tools like Apex. And when I say that, I'm not talking necessarily on the grand scale that Apex, that project might have been, but the Panasonic project that we got as a result of that incentive, that's bringing sort of a new cutting-edge industry into Kansas. And I think we need to look at how we are marketing the state and attracting new, innovative, cutting-edge businesses to set up shop here in Kansas. That's another way I think that we can help maximize the opportunities to keep our kids here. When I talk about relocation and people moving, I think it's important that our communities have services that support the needs and desires of the families if they want to grow. And I'm talking about housing. I'm talking about health care, access to schools. We do have some economic incentive programs, the ROS program, things like that, that encourage people to stay or relocate to rural parts of the state. But we also know we have some serious challenges as it comes to access to food, some transportation, things like that. We have to have that infrastructure, that quality infrastructure that gives folks another reason to stay in parts of our state where they currently may be leaving. So if we can look at things like that, that may give us some impact in terms of keeping people here. Child care access has come up over and over and over again. And you all passed legislation last year that expanded a tax credit for businesses that offer child care services to their employees. That is certainly a great step. I think as those conversations continue, the legislature should look at other ways that we can improve the child care environment here in Kansas. I think we need to be, as we look at how we get the additional workers that we need to look at supporting programs that encourage workforce participation for those with disabilities. As I understand it, at present, approximately 19% of Americans with a disability are employed. Another 18% are considered unemployed, and then 78% are not in the labor force at all. That is an untapped market for us to look for employees and also provide them with meaningful opportunities to enhance their lives. I think we need to consider reforms to reduce barriers and provide marketable skills to those with arrest or conviction records. We have to look at second chance hiring and what barriers do we have in place that might prohibit them from coming back into the workforce. We need to look at enhanced access to transportation. Do we have areas where we have workers, but the jobs aren't immediately in their vicinity, but we have jobs, let's say, in a neighboring community? How do we get these workers connected with jobs in their region? Some of that can be resolved through transportation. We heard earlier about applied learning, and I think that is absolutely a huge thing. This is along those lines. We need to look at expanding internships beyond traditional college summer programming. We've talked to several employers who are doing multi-year, year-round internships, very much like what you heard before. And you know, the advantage that they're finding is that they're building a relationship with these students. These students are growing in their professional skills. They're getting their education at the same time. They're building a relationship with the employer. And this is happening over a multi-year process rather than just happening in that traditional summer venue. We have Shawnee Mission School District is working along those lines already. That's a program that they've started a couple years ago, and it continues to grow every year in the interest between the employers and the students that want to participate in a program like that. And then lastly, I would suggest we need to look at what barriers we have in the state for retirees who may be wishing to return to the workforce. Whether those are financial disincentives or other things that might be in place. If we can evaluate maybe what other states are doing in terms of their retirees and how those compare to our policies, I think if we can look at that, that's another source of potential workers that we could tap into. As I said from the outset, you know, we just have a supply and demand problem. There are far more jobs than there are people, and we have to do everything we can to possibly close that gap. So I'm going to leave it at there with those few suggestions. They're there for you all to chew on, and again, they may be economically viable, they may not. They may be politically viable, they may not, but at least it's a starting point.
Thanks, Kevin. So these are quite general. Do you have any, can you give us some specifics? Like correctional institutes, for example. Do you have anything specific that works, or just something that we need to take a look at?
We can, let me put it this way. I know there are organizations that are very focused on those particular things, and I think they have more expertise in that issue than I do. I'm happy to sort of see what's out there and bring some of those specific ideas back to you, but I don't want to claim that I have that expertise in that arena, and that would apply to some of these other general concepts that I promoted to you.
Okay, thanks. Representative Clayton, and then Arnberger. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what would be your highest priority? You have a long list of things and recommendations. Is there something in your current position that you think would be something that we should take a look at first?
You know, I think, for particularly in Johnson County, when I'm looking at sort of the professional services and the engineering and architecture type positions that we have, you all passed the University Engineering Initiative Act, and I think that's a great step. I think if we can look at programs like that support that type of education, but also find those hooks to make sure that those students are staying here after they graduate, to me, that's a really important aspect of what we do. If we're going to encourage kids to go into these certain fields, finding ways to keep them here in Kansas is critically important. So I think, from a broad perspective, my top priority is probably focusing on the people that we have here and how do we keep them here. But we can't just do that by itself. While we're doing that, we also have to be looking at how do we make ourselves more attractive to encourage others to come into the state.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you coming here and coming with ideas instead of just complaining and then saying, hope you guys can figure it out. But one thing that really struck me on your second bullet point was, and I'm a rural legislator, is the consider incentives for high demand workers to relocate to any place in Kansas, not just rural Kansas. But when you look back at redistricting and the population, we gained population and all of the urban areas increased. Even Johnson County got another seat in the House. So we're losing population. So that I just want to put that out there, that there is rural Kansas that's losing population. But the other thing I want to ask is what high job incentives are you talking about that you say that you want that just to go to rural, or that it should not just go to rural Kansas, if that makes sense what I'm asking? Because I'm thinking about back in 2017, the majority leader on the Senate side, we had the Ad Astra bill, and he held it hostage, and he would not give it a hearing or let him work it on the floor, and that really would have helped rural Kansas. So I'm just kind of curious what you have in mind, or jobs like that are companies coming to just rural Kansas.
Well, I think really what I mean by that is we're all in this together, all 105 counties. And we ultimately have to get the people wherever they want to be. And so, we are seeing some trends that younger folks are not wanting to, and this is generalization, and I fully admit that. But a lot of younger folks are looking for that urban and suburban environment. And so, as I said, I would rather lose somebody from Dodge City and have them move to Johnson County than have them move from Dodge City to Oklahoma or Nebraska. And that was my point behind that is I'm not saying we need to have a program exclusive to Johnson County or Sedgwick County or Shawnee County. I think we just need to recognize that that is an attractive place for many people. And if we can keep them in the state rather than, losing them altogether, we should be looking at things like that. Absolutely, we need ways to incent kids to stay in rural Kansas. That is a critical part of our economy. It's a wonderful way of life for people that choose that, and we shouldn't ignore that. It's important for the state to maintain both.
Thank you. And just a follow-up, and you probably don't know the answer on this, but I am curious on, with the increase of population that have gone to those urban areas, I'm curious on, are there more jobs being created between now and 10 years ago? Because the people are going there. So we know the people are there, but are they doubling in jobs, or what is it exactly to have the problem that we're at today?
I don't have the actual statistic on what the number is. I mean, we certainly are growing in the number of jobs, but as we grow in the number of jobs, we're just exacerbating the problem that we are lacking the workers to fill those new jobs. So it's again, we have to look at this problem of we lack people. And so how do we get the people, and where do we have them locate within the state? I don't care where they end up. We've got to find workers. And so I can look for that information, that data, and get that to you. I can't tell you right now what the actual percentage of job growth is in our area.
You know? Okay. Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kevin. I think it's interesting the placement of childcare on a list on how to address workforce issues, because I think that industry more than maybe any other has dealing with workforce issues itself, you know, so kind of a chicken and the egg issue. So I'd be interested, as acknowledged as a substituting member, of in the future maybe hearing from childcare providers on how we can do what we can do to kind of get more childcare workers to maybe hopefully unclog that drain. And maybe if we unclog that particular piece, maybe the rest of it opens up. But just kind of broad feedback. Thank you.
Well, for them, it's a two-edged sword. They are struggling to find workers, and if they can't find the workers, then they can't open up the number of slots to offer for folks that want the child care services. So, you know, we may have to look at what our ratios are for child care in the state, and we may have to look at things like that. One of the folks that came to our roundtable was from the child care industry, and she talked very specifically about some of the demand she's getting from potential employees. They're coming in and wanting to dictate when they work. Well, I can't work, or I don't want to work on Tuesdays, or I need to be done by 2 o'clock every day. That doesn't work in the child care setting. So, you know, they're dealing with a whole lot of dynamics that are going on with some demands from the new workforce. And them, right now it's a workers' environment. And so they're, in many cases, able to dictate how they will work. And that has a huge impact on the child care industry.
Thanks, Representative, for that question, because it was one of the things I wanted to try to get out of this committee meeting. And I'm hoping to have more people come at our second meeting, but it's my opinion that we might have over-regulated that industry, because the barriers to entry there are pretty large, and you got to be really careful, because you're talking about a child's life. But the days of the gal down the street watching your kids are gone, because we made it illegal. She can't have 2 or 3 kids there that aren't hers, and so I think we need to look at some other solutions like that. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Walker, you said something that immediately got my attention. You said something about incentivizing more people to live or relocate to the state of Kansas. I spent 3 days in a tax academy, and it was very apparent from the discussion there. Tennessee is one of the fastest growing states in the United States. Tennessee has a very friendly tax structure for individuals and for businesses. This all plays, I believe, into the workforce development question or idea. For example, Tennessee has no income tax and so forth, but in any event, if I missed it, I apologize. I did not hear you say anything about tax structure or taxes as a way to grow the economy, bring more individuals into our state for workforce. And I realize that Overland Park, and that's who you represent, is Overland Park Chamber. It may not be an issue to the Overland Park Chamber or businesses, or is it? Has there been any discussion, or would you have any comment relating to taxes and tax structure as it fits into the picture of workforce development, bringing people to Kansas, getting them to relocate, particularly from other states, because right now some other states are really kicking our behind on taxes and tax structure. So I would be interested to have you, if you don't mind, at least a little bit elaborate on that topic.
Be happy to. I'll start by saying, in my interest of being rather brief, I chose the word incentivize, and that's probably not the best word to use. What I really mean by that is looking at the overall environment, which does include the tax rate, the tax structure, and the other things that impact how attractive is Kansas as a place to live and work and raise a family. And so, yeah, one interpretation of that is offer incentives as we all consider them. We may look at doing that. But on the other side, we have to really look at what the tax structure is and the impact that that has on businesses, whether they want to locate their business here or whether an employee chooses to bring their family here. So I very much agree with you that needs, needs to be considered.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, one follow-up question to that. You did mention Apex, and I realize that sometimes we have to feel we have to give incentives to get business and industry here. But one thing that I came away from the academy was that we would be better off to take care of existing businesses than giving away a lot of incentives to try to create or bring in new industry or business. Not that we don't want them, we do. But if we have a very friendly structure, tax structure, they won't necessarily be looking for incentives. They will come anyway. And our existing businesses then will prosper and grow and expand. Any comment on that?
Well, I think we need to do both. We need to look at our existing businesses and take care of them. I would push back a little bit on, the use of incentives. I don't know that anybody really loves them, but the reality is that that is a game that's being played in the economic development world these days, and I don't see that I don't think it's a good move for Kansas to just unilaterally disarm and say we're not going to play that game, because there are other states in this nation that are great places to live in their own right, and they're offering incentives, and they're doing things to directly competing with us to attract those new industries and those new businesses. So I think it's both. We need to look at ways to take care of the businesses that have been part of the Kansas economy and have invested long-term in this state. But at the same time, we need to look at those new industries. And I look at the Panasonic project as something really new and exciting for this state. What future possibilities does that open up for us? We have, the cluster of aerospace in Wichita, and we all understand how impactful that is to Kansas. What's to say if alternative fuel vehicles becomes the mode of transportation of the future? And right now, we don't know where that's going to end up, but we could be at the forefront of that. And so by using a program like Apex that allows us to get our foot in the door with something like that, I think is important, and we shouldn't ignore that, but we also shouldn't ignore the existing businesses that are here.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kevin, for being here and for hosting that roundtable that we had with your chamber a few weeks ago. Brought up a lot of these topics. And regarding childcare, some of my questions have been answered, but I would like to also point out that, like the chairman said, we have a lot of regulations and licensing requirements that we need some of those because, again, we're dealing with children and making sure they're safe and well cared for. And I was surprised, is that one of the considerations that the chamber is looking at, is looking at some of the ratios that we have in Kansas that make it more difficult, the ratio of children to providers and other regulations and requirements?
We've had conversations about that at the staff level with our policy committee is actually meeting on our state agenda next month, and I fully expect that will be part of the conversation. I want to reiterate, these ideas that I put in front of you today are very broad. I'm not an issue expert in child care. I'm not an issue expert in a lot of these things, in tax policy. And so, I wanted to put some very broad themes in front of you that hopefully spur some thought, and maybe something comes of it, maybe something doesn't. But absolutely, we need to look at the regulatory environment, not just with child care,
right,
but with other things. What other barriers do we have in place to businesses and our economy being able to grow?
And I agree, yes, regulations across business and industry. And one more question, if I might, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I was surprised, too, in your broad ideas of things to consider on kind of this lengthy list. Nothing was talked about tax structure, and Kansas is a pretty high taxing state. I think we rank in the top 10 for our tax rate in income, property, and sales taxes. That I would think that would be something the Overland Park Chamber would be interested in, is taking a look at what can we do there to make sure it's a place that businesses want to come and families want to come and stay as well.
And I don't disagree with that. I go back to my comments to Senator Peck that probably that's a victim of my brevity in my writing. When I use the term incentivize, and I'm thinking more broadly about what is the economic climate for this state. Is it one that's inviting, or is it not? And so that certainly falls in that realm.
Sure, and appreciate that. And it's a pretty big, broad category to not have at all included on the list.
I will give you that, yes.
Thank you.
But I don't disagree with your argument that we do need to look at the tax structure. That is a huge impact on people's decisions. It's not the only thing, but it is part of the decision-making process, and we have to look at that.
And I wouldn't say argument, but just pointing out that it's something we should keep in mind as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kevin.
Senator Pittman.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we did try as a state as an experiment in tax policy about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, or along those fronts of using that as one lever to attract businesses, and we had some challenges with that, I recall. And I appreciate the broadness of what you've brought to the table. It is a good suggestion of ideas. I guess my question is, you know, you're sitting there as Overland Park, you're working as a inside the same realm as KC-Mo. How do you see workforce between the two communities? I mean, do you have interaction with them? Is there kind of an overarching Kansas City, greater Kansas City feel to what's going on? Are people stealing workers between the states, or is it just, hey, both of us are in the same boat kind of thing?
You know, I don't know if I'd call it stealing. I mean, you're close enough to the metro to understand the dynamics. It is very easy to live on the Missouri side and work on the Kansas side and vice versa. And that happens every day to hundreds of thousands of people. So, you know, there was an effort to end the economic development border war, as it's been described. And I think both states have taken that seriously and tried to look at what we're doing with businesses moving across the state line. So absolutely, we cannot live in Johnson County and not be cognizant of what's happening on the Missouri side. It has a huge impact on the decisions that we make every day, just like our decisions impact what they do.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Kevin. I really appreciate this. And if I could go back and do one thing differently, it would be to have this entire committee come to that workforce roundtable. For the members from the Johnson County delegation that were able to attend, I was surprised at numerous turns hearing, in particular, what we heard from the child care sector. We did ask some of our larger partners, so in particular those from IT and engineering, who also mentioned this lack of childcare. And we asked them about on-site childcare. This is kind of interesting. It heralds back to the history of where the Panasonic plant will go. It's the old Sunflower Army ammunition plant. And so this goes back to the days of Rosie the Riveter with on-site childcare. One of the things that I would like to see, and I'd like to see, I know that the Greater Kansas City Chamber of Commerce sort of has their early education caucus, but I think that we can dovetail and maybe partner with chambers and have more of a statewide approach to the child care issue. But I think, can you speak a little bit to what some folks said in regards to on-site child care? So for instance, why doesn't Garmin provide their own on-site child care for their workers? And what are some of the barriers to that? Because we do have a lot of licensure barriers for the small down the street business, but what about barriers to larger businesses for on-site childcare or even on-site preschool?
Well, there are a couple of things that came up, and I am not speaking specific to Garmin. I can't speak for them, but you know, liability concerns was raised. And again, I'm not an expert in child care licensure, so I don't know what those, you know, concerns might be, but I think that's a legitimate concern, is if I'm going to put a child care center in my work facility, what does that bring on me in terms of liability? So I think that's one thing that has to be considered. There's also others that I think just plainly don't see that as part of their purview. You know, they might be in the engineering business or the architecture business, and they say, I'm not in the child care business. I can't do that, or don't want to do that. So, you know, it's not to mention you bring that into your facility. You've got the rules and regulations you have to follow because you are taking care of people's children. But you know, do you have the space to do it? Can you find the workers to fill it? We've got the private daycare centers that can't find workers. So how do we know that company X is going to be any more successful? And so they offer this benefit to their employees and then they can't staff it up. What problems does that create? So I think a lot of it may be just the fear of the unknown and whether they really want to enter into that arena. But from the conversations we've had with others, I certainly do think the regulations that are applied to that industry in general, to child care, are pretty severe, they're strong, and there's a reason for that, and we need to find a balance so that perhaps some future employers will say, you know what, I'm willing to take on that risk. I can handle jumping through these hoops to bring this to my employees. That's about as far as I can go with that right now.
And just one follow-up. I don't know if Overland Park Chamber or perhaps the Kansas Chamber or other groups have done surveys among potential workers as to what motivates them to take jobs. You know, so for instance, we're looking at a lot of these shortages, and they tend to be in things like childcare and nursing and other caregiving that is traditionally has been unpaid labor performed by women. And so now these are still very low wage jobs. And so I think we need to start looking at this more systemic discussion in which we are looking at, all right, what do our workers actually want? It would appear to be that most people go to work to earn money. That is why I do work. That is the number one thing that incentivizes me to work. And so, but yet we see some kind of a push-pull with this. So I'd be curious to whomever has data, but, you know, noting the fact that we still have not our tipped wage for, you know, for servers, for instance, and we heard from some of our restaurant employers talking about how they had to compete with Missouri because you can go be a server in Missouri and their tipped wage is significantly higher. But then again, like, not one of us wants to take a vote to raise any minimum wage ever, right? You know, that's not a politically expedient vote to take, but yet we have this problem. So I think looking at what generates workers to work and what motivates them, because to me, it has always been about the bottom line. It's been about money.
I think that's an emerging area of study. I just saw a report this week from a McKinsey study, and they tried to divide today's workers into two classes, traditional and non-traditional. And traditional, the incentives that drove the traditionalist, as they called them, you know, was salary, job title, and advancement opportunity. And looking at the rest of their study, which I have not been all the way through yet, and when they look at the non-traditional employee, they are saying those things that most of us that are traditional value are not necessarily what the younger, newer workers are putting at the top of their values list. And so I think HR directors are starting to look at this and say, what is it we need to offer? And that goes back to this comment I made earlier about, you know, businesses. We have to evaluate our culture. What does our employment look like within our four walls? Do you have a pool table for people to recreate? Do you have a 4-day work week? Do you offer childcare? You know, all those things go into your corporate culture. And HR managers all across the country are currently looking at that, trying to figure out what they can do to make themselves more attractive to the scarcity of employees that are out there. So I think you're asking a very valid question. And I think there's a lot of people trying to come up with that answer.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you were talking about culture, and that may play a part in my question as well, but you touched on the outward migration problem, and it's a lot of folks in my generation, they graduate and they leave. I appreciate you talking about what's going on in Arkansas, but the folks that do stay in, they graduate from Kansas high schools, go to KU, K-State, Wichita State, and then graduate. I can't tell you how many from my graduating class at KU, my friends, left the state. Being in the Overland Park Chamber, and you talk to other chambers as well, do you have any recommendations on how to keep those folks here, or have you heard of any ideas from other chambers as well?
Well, I think a lot of it goes back to this idea of trying to understand what the younger workers actually want. And as I said, HR managers are trying to figure that out every day. I mean, I'm a 57-year-old white guy. What the heck do I know about what folks your age want when it comes to employment? So I think we need to be talking to you and your peers and our college graduates and finding out what is it you want. What I heard from our roundtable from a couple of folks from the HR managers that were there, they talked a lot about culture. They talked about the messages that we send as a state, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds on any of these issues, but when you look at things like DEI and diversity, equity, inclusion, there's some thought that that is an important thing for younger workers. Okay, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but when we talk about culture and the messages we're sending as a state, that's all part of that. And is this an inviting place for the younger workers and where they want to be? I can't answer that. You could answer that far better than I could.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Sorry. Thanks, Kevin, for coming in. I always appreciate it. And Kevin's also just a phone call away if anybody ever needs anything from him, and he's always willing to help.
Appreciate the opportunity to be here.
All right. Moving on the agenda. Heather Morgan is here. Presentation on community college workforce technical training. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could have a point of personal privilege just to start the day. We have a couple of our extra community college presidents who are here for an event with the Board of Regents this morning. I've got Ryan Ruda, the president of Garden City Community College, Mike Calvert, the president of Pratt Community College, Arlen Leiker, who's the Board of Trustees president at Colby Community College, and then Alicia Johnson, who is the president of Fort Scott Community College, and Elisa Waldman from Johnson County Community College, who will be assisting me today. So we have a few extra community college people in the house, so this worked out nicely.
Well, welcome, everybody, and this is a great opportunity to ask good questions and then not have the answer. Well, I'll have to get back to you, because all the answers are here in the room today. So,
I try not to tell you that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for inviting us today to talk about workforce training. You may have seen the headlines this morning that enrollment in our Regents universities across the state and colleges, the enrollment was down. While that is true at the community colleges, today I hope through this presentation you're going to see that what the Board of Regents releases on this day, the 20th day every year, is not what's really happening in our community college system or the technical college system for that matter. We're actually doing just about as much business and industry non-credit training than we are for credit. So just as an example to start this out, Johnson County Community College has roughly 25,000 head count students. They're serving 16,000 Kansans in non-credit training. So almost the same amount. So when you hear about enrollment, that's for credit. Today we're going to focus on for credit, the traditional, what you hear about in the State House. We're then going to move on to sort of a hybrid model and apprenticeships, and then talk about really our business and industry customized training. As you think about any economic development project across the state, whether it be Hillmar Cheese, Imperial Beef, Tyson, Panasonic, Scorpion in Manhattan, community and technical colleges are involved in all of those projects. And quite frankly, some of the largest projects announced recently are needing between 7 and 10 to 1 technical workforce to a bachelor's degree employee. So that when the company says they need someone who's technically trained, that doesn't always mean an associate's degree. It doesn't always mean a certificate that might be in existence today. What that means is they need to partner with a community or technical college to help train their workers in a certain skill set to get skilled up to do the job that that company needs them to do. And that's what we talk about for customized training. I did not collaborate with Kevin in our drafting of our testimony, but I think you'll see some similar themes. In Kansas community colleges, about 80% of our students are from Kansas. If you look at our technical education programs, about 95% of our students are probably from Kansas, and about 80% of those students are staying in the state. So when you think about your investments from a state perspective in technical education, you're getting a good return on investment. It's not the 50% of people who are leaving the state. The students that we're generally working with are here and going to stay and work for Kansas companies. The other thing I want you to think about today is the scope of the people that we are touching in our training. So we work with high school students through Senate Bill 155. We work with traditional age students. We work with adult students. We work with the residents in the Kansas Department of Corrections. We offer our technical education programs in all of the prisons across the state. I co-chair the Correctional Education Committee with Secretary Zamuda, talking about how do we skill up and get our correctional folks skills to go out and enter the workforce. Every single Kansan's got to be someone who can go and be a contributing member of society, because as Kevin said, we can train anyone. We need more people to train to be able to fill those vacancies that we're seeing, whether it's in Overland Park or Oberlin, Kansas. The workforce problem is the same. So a little bit of an update on the Kansas Promise Scholarship Act. Some of us have more vivid memories of this than others. maybe not in a good way, that last year we went down to the wire and made some changes on the act, but from the first year of the Kansas Promise Scholarship Act, just from Butler Community College, I just picked one college because the Board of Regents was unable to give me data from all of the colleges. So at Butler, and remember, the Kansas Promise Scholarship Act is a last dollar scholarship focused on our most in-demand occupations: IT, healthcare, early childhood and education, and advanced manufacturing and building trades. So there were 142 students who were awarded about $300,000. Remember, the carrot of this is we'll cover your books, tuition, fees, and supplies in exchange for living and working in Kansas for 2 years. So someone asked a question earlier about what can we do to make people stay. I think it's a good investment of taxpayer dollars to have some what I call stickiness. So you are investing taxpayer dollars, but there's some stickiness in. The student has some stickiness in the game that I'm going to live and work here and contribute to the Kansas economy. I'm not just going to get educated and leave the state. 17 students denied their award last year, declined it. You might decline if it's a small award or you decide that you're going to work for somewhere out of state. 136 students were denied. They were probably denied because they wanted to study in an ineligible program. And then 25 students completed their Kansas Promise program. So that means that they left with a certificate or a credential. You can see that by major, the students and what they were studying. We are seeing some uptick in early childhood education, which is good. I have an email from someone in Peabody who's a teacher who wants to start an early childhood center there, and they want to use the Kansas Promise Scholarship to get that education. So I think that even in small ways, this is working. And then to date, for this fall, Butler has awarded 178 students. 73 of those students were renewal from last year. So if 25 people completed, and there were 142 awarded last year and 73 renewals, that means 44 students didn't renew. That might be because they had to stop out because they're working for a semester. It might be that they are going to repay their scholarship because they're now working at an industry and they couldn't complete their program. There's a variety of reasons. But in general, the Kansas Promise Scholarship, I think, is a really great investment in the first two-year sector scholarship in the state. If you go down to the chart at the bottom of the page, community colleges are providing 77% of the technical education in this state. So sometimes there's a misnomer about technical colleges. Community colleges are, for all intents and purposes, the exact same as a technical college. We're just funded differently. So you can see by institution how many the students' head count and FTE hours are being earned. And then I've also included Senate Bill 155 students. So often when you see the announcement about enrollment today, you have to really dig into the numbers. Some of the technical college enrollment increases have been almost primarily in Senate Bill 155 students, so high school students. And so one of the things that we're really focused on is it's not enough for the high school student to be enrolled in a Senate Bill 155 class. Is that student completing a certificate? Is that student going out into the workforce or using that certificate to work their way through a bachelor's degree? Making sure that we have, I call them explorers versus completers. We need to have completers in Senate Bill 155 and not exploring. I'm in culinary this semester and welding the next and something else the next. Really helping our students make sure that they're taking advantage of those Senate Bill 155 courses to earn that industry recognized credential. You might notice that the number of students in technical education courses looks slightly higher for some. Students are counted twice if they, for example, are studying construction and welding or plumbing. But I wanted just to provide you this so that you can see just the amount of this that's happening across the state, and this is only for credit training. Those non-credit classes, which I'm going to come to here in a little bit, those are not captured in that table. I've included some Senate Bill 155 numbers. You can see that has been an unequivocal success. The numbers continue to increase. They had a small dip during the pandemic, but more high school students are taking advantage of these free community and technical college classes across the state. One of the programs that you don't hear enough about is the Accelerating Opportunities Kansas program. It's actually funded out of the Senate Bill 155 line in the budget. And it's a program for students who have not completed a high school diploma to get a high school diploma and an industry recognized credential at the same time. The credential must be in a high wage, high demand field. So I've listed those here on your sheet. So this program also works with the Department of, with DCF. And DCF funds their TANF recipients to go through this program so that hopefully that they can get off assistance potentially and have a employable skill when they're done. Certainly the childcare barrier is one of the reasons someone on TANF may not be able to take advantage of this. If you can't find a place for your child to be taken care of safely, it's very hard to take advantage of training and programs that are offered. But I wanted to give you that perspective. And then on the next page, we talk about a frequently asked question that I heard the chairman was interested in, and I'd like to turn it over to Alicia Johnson, the president of Fort Scott, to talk about how we, for our 4-credit programs, work with business and industry to design the curriculum that's going to meet their needs.
Thank you.
Welcome to committee.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Chair Tarwater and members of the committee, it really is a privilege to be here this afternoon and be able to share some of the, I think, critical relationships that community colleges have with business and industry that allow our programs to be successful, but more important, of course, for the students to be successful and for us to be able to solve the workforce skills gap that we have in Kansas. I can give you some examples, and these will be Fort Scott Community College examples, but I want you to know that it's not unique to us in terms of working with business and industry. Of the 19 community colleges that we have in Kansas, we all have very unique relationships with business and industry that allow us to do the training that they need in a timely manner. And I think that that really is important. One of the things that we use to make sure that we're doing the right thing in terms of curriculum or the training for our students is that all of us have advisory boards for all of our technical programs. And those advisory boards are very critical in allowing us to know exactly what we need to be training our students for. Most of our students, once they have gone through training, will have an industry-recognized credential that those business and industry people that sit on our boards, those are the things they tell us they need to meet that particular credential. I can just give you a few quick examples, the very tiny things that really do matter. Recently, our HVAC program, which is, of course, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, our advisory board said, hey, in your curriculum, it looks like you have 6 hours of AC here that are really embedded in other parts of your curriculum. So we removed that, which saved 6 credit hours, which is a savings of approximately $600 per student, and made it a more expedient program, allowing those students to get out into the workforce more quickly. So those are just some of the small examples. We greatly depend on business and industry for donations to our programs, if that's steel when we're talking about, or metal when we're talking about welding. Certainly training tools that we use in all of our programs. We have a John Deere program and a Harley Davidson program, and we depend on business and industry and those dealerships to provide not only the training tools that we need, but like I said, really the expertise in terms of what we need to be teaching in those programs. I can tell you too that as Heather has already mentioned, for us sometimes it's not just the credit hour training that we do. I joke sometimes and say we're higher ed, it takes 3 weeks to blow our nose. And so sometimes with credit hour training, it's hard for us to be flexible and really meet the needs of business and industry in a timely manner. And so what most of us have done and what we recently did at Fort Scott was to do some business and industry training. Now, the trouble with business and industry training is that we're not funded through the state for that because, of course, it's non-credit hour. So we have to have some sort of revenue stream that will allow us to do that. Now, typically, that means that business and industry themselves need to help pay for the training, but we also are using at Fort Scott the Department of Commerce in terms of the Workforce Aid Grant. And what we did was we have developed a CDL program that will allow us to meet the needs of Southeast Kansas, and we will be able to provide those with truck driver's licensure, we will be able to provide that training. The Department of Commerce will give us $1,500 for every student that goes through the program. The business and industry will provide $1,500 for either an incumbent worker or one that they believe that they can hire. And what that does is we're going to be able to do also the testing. So we're a third-party testing site. So that will allow them to immediately get these CDL licensed individuals that they need. One of the unique things that we're going to do is, for instance, just another partnership. Let's say that in this case, we have a company down there, waste management company, that has the ability to work on our semis, so our tractors. And so they came in and fixed those up and got them running and in good shape. And so for that, we're able to say, okay, that's your $1,500 contribution to us. So you send us your students, and we're going to train so many students for that. So it's those kinds of unique relationships that we have with business and industry that really drive economic development. Also, a unique thing about this new workforce aid grant that we have is previously, it was usually one company, and that one company had a demand for several workers. And so in Southeast Kansas, a lot of times, the way we're run is on small business and industry. I know that Senator Peck can tell you that small business and industry is the bread and butter of the economy in Southeast Kansas. And so with this new workforce aid grant, what we're able to do is, even if you need 1 or 2 drivers trained, we can do that for you, and they can still take advantage of that Department of Commerce grant that allows those drivers to be trained for their CDL. So, you know, those are the types of things that are really of critical importance, and I can assure you the things that all community colleges are doing to be able to solve this gap of workforce, especially when we talk about skilled workforce. Sometimes we hear, you know, well, there's 19 community colleges, and those 19 community colleges all have different things that they do. And so one thing that we realized a long time ago is many times we don't have to duplicate programs, we can collaborate. For instance, Pratt Community College, they have a lineman program, and a great lineman program. And what they have done is they have taken that lineman program to several other colleges, and they provide the training. So, for instance, I don't have to do a whole nother program at a great expense. For a lineman program, I can ask Mike Calvert's group to come over, and they will do the training. It's something that they started many years ago at Coffeyville. I think that's the first one that they collaborated with. So there's just a lot of ways that community colleges are working with business and industry, like I said, to make sure that we are economic drivers and the provider of those skilled workforce needs that we have, whether you're a large business or whether you're a small business. And that's especially, like I said, important when we look at these little rural communities that are driven by small businesses. I would be happy to stand for questions, and I assure you, Chair Tarwater, I'm not going to say I'll get back with you. So,
Hey, let's go ahead and do that. Does anybody have any questions? Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for coming here. Fascinating. Sometimes we think of community colleges as just a feeder system for the bigger universities, and that's not really a fair assessment of some of these things that you've just described. So appreciate the perspective. Mine has to do with, I know Fort Hays State was doing some things around certifying. This is particularly on the military side. So somebody came in and they're enlisted. They'd been a medic for a few years. They're having troubles with equivalency in terms of getting, I guess you could call it certification, to advance themselves into a degree. Has there been any efforts inside the community college network to harmonize with some of those skills that they have, certify, and then advance those folks through the system?
Yeah, there's a huge effort. As a matter of fact, most of the colleges have it's really a bridge that says, all right, if you come in, that's credit for prior learning. So you have, as we know, most folks in the military have some really extensive training in many of the technical areas. And so there's actually a bridge or a walk across where they can get credit hours for that training. So there's a definitely concentrated effort on behalf of military.
And Barton County Community College has his specific focus in this area, does a ton of it because they are located on Fort Riley and is Fort Riley's chosen designated one training partner. So Barton County does hundreds of thousands of hours of this every year.
Seeing no further questions, I have one last one for you. You mentioned it sometimes takes 3 weeks to blow your nose. How flexible can you be? You did say that.
I
How
did say
flexible
that,
can you
didn't
be so like let's say the business community has a need. How long does it in fact take you to change your curriculum to respond to that? And what can we do to make that shorter for you?
Well, it depends a little bit on whether we already have the program or whether we don't. I've always been a big proponent that we need to be able to shelve programs, so I need to be able to put them on a shelf and take them off when I'm ready, and that isn't always possible when we're talking about for credit hour. If it's a program that we already have and it's just a small curricular change, I mean, you could literally do that in a week. Now, with our CDL program that we kind of started from scratch because first we had to we needed a funding stream for the BNI, so going through the Department of Commerce, we had to go through the Department of Revenue to be a third-party tester. That took us about 9 months, which we felt good about. I mean, I wish it could have been quicker, but since we did not have the program, historically Fort Scott had one, but it had gone away. So that one obviously took a little bit longer. So it sort of depends.
So in a program like that, can you expand that out? You're in southeastern Kansas, but let's say there was a need in southwestern Kansas for CDLs, and there was going to be a community college out there or even a private facility out there that would train individuals for their CDLs. Would you be able to give them the testing at that point, or do they have to go through your program?
Well, as long as they give me the money. Actually, we have several community colleges that have these CDL programs. Ours is a little bit different. I'm not familiar with all of the programs, but ours is business and industry. As far as being a third-party tester, there are some other community colleges that are also third-party testing sites. I can tell you right now that just being that third-party testing site is huge because in southeast Kansas, the only place to get your driver's license to do the testing is Chanute, and there's an 8 to 12-week wait list just to be able to go set for the test. And so what we tried to do is to remove as many hurdles as we could to make sure that we're providing these drivers as quickly as we can, and we felt like that was one of the biggest hurdles.
So as an example, in Seward County right now with Hillmar coming in, they already have a CDL wait list to get into their training program. They're going to double the size of their program the next year, and they're already thinking it's above capacity. So in those cases, we do try to work together. Garden and Seward would work together, Dodge and Garden, to try to figure out the ways. I wanted just to add something for the committee's knowledge. If it's a 4-credit program that's going to have a change of any significance, KBOR has to weigh in on it, and that's where the lengthy time comes in. If it's truly business and industry, not for credit, we can pretty much do whatever we want. But if it's for credit, i.e. paid through the Board of Regents, it has to go through a very lengthy process over there to get reapproved for changes.
Okay, that's good information to have. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Moving on to work-based learning, Hutchinson Community College is sort of leading the way in this work-based learning space. We have our students doing internships and apprenticeships. The registered apprenticeship is growing significantly in the state. This is a work and learn model. I kind of call it a hybrid model. So essentially, Hutch right now has 170 apprentices, and many of our community colleges are in this apprenticeship space. They have 10 different occupations that they are working on for registered apprenticeships. An apprentice may be in the program for 1 to 5 years, but the big key is they are paid a competitive wage by their employer. They are not a student with us first. They're a worker at that employer first. The employer says, I have a person, I want to be an apprentice. They bring them to us. And then they may work out in the field at the employer for 3 days and then come to us for 2 days of training. So it's a way for them to provide for their family and work without having any student debt to get moving. Kansas has been a little bit behind other states in this apprenticeship area, and we're really trying to grow. Kansas City, Kansas Community College is doing automation engineering technology and manufacturing apprenticeships, working directly with business and industry to try to meet their needs. Business and industry, again, does not really care about the piece of paper at the end. What they need is the person that has the skills and the training to do the jobs that they have today and the job that they're going to be able to do tomorrow. The other thing I wanted to touch on was customized training. So as you think about what customized training means, that means a business may come and say, I need somebody to come teach my employees how to be better to each other, how to get along better with their peers, how to treat my customers better, some of those soft skills things. We have people who will go into their workplace and do that. Most of the business and industry training takes place within the business. Sometimes the people from the business will come to our campuses. I was talking to the Garden City Community College workforce dean, and I said, how does business and industry know you're training what they need? And he goes, well, the business and industry people come to my class every about 2 weeks and make sure it is what they need. And if they see something that's not exactly the protocol that they use in the business, they say, hey, next time teach it this way. And so when we think about, when we hear business and industry and our curriculum isn't meeting their needs, mostly everywhere across the state, when we have very engaged business and industry, our faculty are very willing to do that. The other thing that's important to know is these aren't teachers, nor, people who are trained as a teacher. Oftentimes our technical education faculty are people who came out of business and industry who have now perfected the skill of teaching what they did for so long on the shop floor in the welding facility. So just as an example, we have a community college doing major machining training for an agricultural equipment company. And yes, I'm being intentionally vague because we have many non-disclosure agreements about all of the business and industry training we're doing. We're doing some national security work that we can't talk about, but things that are really important to everyone in the room, that people need to know how to make sure that things don't break and that parts work properly to make sure that we're all safe. We're working with really focused on the food supply in Southwest Kansas and all of the growth that we're seeing there with Hilmar, whether it be bringing in the product, making the product, keeping the lines working, whether it be Tyson or Hilmar or McCarty Dairy, all of those things that make our food. There's a lot of parts that can break, and a lot of those employees don't need a degree. And in fact, the paper is not really what the employers look for when they're looking to hire. They're looking for someone who's done a skill before or who has the aptitude to do the skill. You can see in my testimony and read there more about some of the things that we're doing. We also have businesses that reach out to our colleges and say, can your welding students do this for me? We do that because that gives them hands-on training to help that business and to help the student. They may go on to be an employee of the business. President Johnson mentioned Workforce AID. If you're not familiar with that program, it's out of the Job Creations Fund, the money. And Commerce is able to sort of 50-50 match the employer contribution for training. The jobs have to be at a certain wage, but it certainly helps some of those smaller businesses get off the ground. That program has been in existence since the Brownback administration. That's when it first was started. And it's been really successful for training, especially with small companies, getting some people through the training that they might not have been able to otherwise afford. And then the last part of customized training I wanted to really talk about, you can obviously read all of the companies and things that we're doing, is workforce center training, WIOA. So we have workforce centers across the state. WIOA is a federal fund. The federal government gives money to the Department of Commerce, who gives money to the workforce centers for people who need to get skilled up, the people who are on unemployment, who seem to job hop or have trouble keeping a job. The Workforce Center will give them training dollars. They will then come to us. We try to upskill them in a skill that will give them a marketable credential to get them back into the workforce. And so WIOA is another federal fund that is tied to a person, not to a school, that exists in the state. When you get into the workforce funding, it's a lot more complex than I think a lot of times you hear about under the dome. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Elisa to talk to you a little bit about specifically Johnson County Community College workforce offerings.
Good afternoon.
Elisa, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. My name is Lisa Waldman. I am the Vice President of Workforce Development and Continuing Education at Johnson County Community College. So what I want to share with you is what JCCC is doing on the non-credit side. What we've talked about thus far has sort of been a mix and a hybrid, as Heather said. We have a very robust branch, Workforce Development and Continuing Education, where we focus only on non-credit. We are always encouraging our students to pursue degrees, of course, and certificates. But as President Johnson mentioned, the timeline for industry is very, very different. So we can train someone in that CDL program, for example, and get their license in a 4-week time period. That's much different than a 16-week semester or a 2-year requirement to complete an entire path of studies. On this non-credit side, we offer hundreds of workforce training courses. In sort of 2 different formats, if you will. The public can sign up for courses, so hundreds of classes on that non-credit side. Areas include CDL, railroad training, supply chain welding, automotive technology, HVAC, all of the trades, computer technology, business skills, healthcare, many, many more. Business and leadership as well. As Heather mentioned, what we're able to do even on the non-credit side, is prepare these students to take and pass industry certification examinations. So they are walking away with that certification for the most part, and that is typically what the employers are looking for so that they feel confident that they are hiring the skill level they need, that they have the masters of those skills on their team. Now, even though we want certifications when we can get them. Again, that is not always what the employer needs. So Heather mentioned as well, some of those leadership courses, communication, time management, all of those skills that don't really equate to a certification are also available. So those are available through our public courses. You go onto the website, you register like you would for any course, but it is the non-credit course. We also, though, offer the customized training that you've been hearing about. We call it business solutions and customized training. We have a team of business solutions directors who are out in the field, and we are always assessing the needs by meeting with the industry leaders one-on-one. So I would say in any given week, we probably have 10 meetings with businesses, business owners, trying to truly understand their needs. It's not necessarily trying to, well, it is both trying to interest them in the training we offer, but really it's trying to understand so we can craft the correct solution for what they need now and what they'll need in the future. So since 2017, for example, we've served 2,335 companies in that capacity. We are able to customize the training without going through the KBOR process because it is non-credit. So they will ask us to create something that models and teaches their culture, their protocols. We're able to do that very easily in these business solutions situations. For example, we can use their data. So if it's a computer class, we're able to train the business's employees in a specific computer language, Excel class, whatever it might be, using the actual data that they'll be working with. The same with the trades. They'll be able to train on the machinery that actually belongs to the company. So oftentimes that will be on site at the business. Many times the businesses will bring that training equipment to us so that their employees are truly training on that. Now these courses, the business solutions, the only students in those courses are the employees of that company, right? And obviously many, many reasons to do training, either public or business solutions. And I've listed them for you. Some of the obvious ones are obviously getting the right talent, empowering the employees, boosting workforce engagement, so culture. Very important is the succession planning. We want to develop leaders within those businesses so that they stay and we have succession plans. And obviously that bottom line of earning more profit. In addition to the business solutions work and the customized training that we offer, we get very involved as a community college in the economic development realm as well. So we're an active participant in site selection visits when they are in our area. Typically, those come from the project lead. So it might be the Department of Commerce that has a Panasonic come in with interest. It might be Kevin and the Overland Park Chamber that has a business, and often the community college will get involved. As a first step, we'll be asked to provide data on what we offer, how many graduates we have, that sort of information, all of the different courses that might feed into that business's needs. Then typically we'll be involved in the site selection day or two when the companies actually come out to visit. Often there'll be a few of us, so it might be us along with KCC presenting kind of that unified, collaborative opportunity that we have to offer the company. Again, not trying to duplicate one another's services, but really work together. And this is important, that look that the companies take at higher education and specifically community colleges. They're looking for several things. They're looking for the obvious, which is the workforce training that they will need. They're also looking to make sure that the families of their employees, especially if they're relocating employees to the area, will have higher educational institutions and K-12. We work closely with K-12 as well to make sure that their families will get the education they need. And then the one that's really interesting that I've had several ask about, they're very interested in how the community colleges are funded and how all of our education is funded. Because to them, if there is investment at the state level and the community level, that indicates to them an interest in growth and innovation. It's just one indicator, but we are almost always asked about funding as part of that visit with the companies. So Panasonic has been mentioned already today, obviously, and we were very involved in that effort as well from the higher education point of view. We've worked collaboratively with other community colleges in preparing part of the proposal that Panasonic received. In very general terms, we were asked to explain how we could support the training of the 2,500 plus employees that will be on the manufacturing floor. Those technical jobs as opposed to the jobs that will require the four-year degrees. We're really focusing at the community college level on those technical degrees, those technical opportunities, the certifications, understanding how Panasonic would like that information presented. And again, the time period, very fast. So our understanding at this point is that they are estimating hiring 500 employees every quarter, beginning in mid to late 2024. So ramping that up quickly, that non-credit side can really be very quick to keep up with the demand. You can see in the materials that we've prepared sort of our approach. What we suggested to Panasonic is our approach to how we can help, the 5 blue boxes. But I want to emphasize this is what we do for all businesses. This was not a protocol we followed just for Panasonic or created for them. We offer pre-hiring support. We really want to wrap around the needs of the business. So partnering with them in community outreach and then using our existing partnerships to further the outreach of those businesses. Then we would obviously identify the needs, right? Really delve in and figure out, in the case of Panasonic, exactly what they will be needing. And then identify the gaps we have in the workforce so that we can figure out where that training is particularly critical. Design and deliver the curriculum. You've already heard a bit about that. And design the pathways so that students can understand what job they're interested in and what training they need in order to secure that employment. Obviously, measuring outcomes. We are always doing that and developing plans for continuous improvement. And then finally, that ongoing training and support. Right? This is dynamic on the part of business and industry every day. It will be dynamic on the part of Panasonic. We have to be flexible and nimble and able to rinse and repeat, but with tweaks, so that we're always meeting their needs. We are collaborating very closely with the other community colleges and K-12. and the four-year institutions as well, to identify how we can most effectively meet the needs of Panasonic together. We don't want 25 different institutions reaching out to Panasonic and asking them what they need. We want to assure Panasonic that there is a path here to get what they need and get the best of what we all have to offer. So we are making every effort to do that, and so far things are on track, and we're looking very forward to that opportunity, but all of the others that come as well. As I said, over 2,000 businesses that we've worked with just in the past 5 years. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I add one more? Earlier, you had the question about second chance, second opportunity employees, and I just wanted to provide one example. So we have something at JCCC called the College of Trades. It's a partnership between a nonprofit organization called N-Circle and the Johnson County Adult Residential Center and Johnson County Community College. And we train those folks who are in the Adult Residential Center who are within 3 months of release in various trades. And so they come out, again, with those certifications they'll need to be employed. Often it gets as detailed as providing them with the tool belt that they'll need and the boots that they'll need, in addition to the training. So last year we had about 60 graduates from that program who then we have a transition coach that helps them gain employment. So I just wanted to give that specific example.
Thanks for that. We did have one question, I think. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, as I sit here and process through it, but I do want to just throw this out. In the training provided without credit in a total business industry section, it's highlighted there that no state funds are provided through KBOR for trainings, but the state does provide, for example, Panasonic, since we've talked a lot about that, the state does provide incentive to Panasonic for training of their employees. So I just want to make sure that, the state does provide some resources, whether that goes directly to you or not, that, we are supporting those efforts as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good
Yeah, they
point.
also mentioned the Job Creation Fund and all that. I think what they were talking about with the KBOR funding is any credit class through KBOR the funding comes from KBOR, therefore it's very difficult to make changes because they have to approve it.
Senator Erickson, I think that's a good point, and I chose those words very carefully because I was trying to say what Representative Tarwater said, but what you are saying is, yes, there's training dollars in the package for Panasonic specifically. The Workforce AID is other JCF funds that can go to other companies, but we're saying is it's more of a one-off, not a regular stream. But yes, so companies who may be listening, Kansas is very supportive of training. It's just not a standardized process.
For clearing that up.
Just to finish up really quick, to Representative Arberger's point, tried not to come here with just information, but some solutions. One of the things I'd failed to put on here was childcare. We have a number of our community colleges that run childcare centers, and we are approached every day to open a childcare center. The reason we are not running them is because they are not profitable, and they do not cover costs. With all of the regulatory barriers, whether it be the number of children, whether it be the fire marshal regulations, even Colby Community College was approached by their hospital. The Dane Hansen Foundation was going to provide a large grant. Even with the large grant, and the Hansen Foundation gives very large grants, it still was not going to be profitable because of what they were going to have to pay the people and to find the workforce to staff the facility. So I didn't put childcare on here. I probably should. Importing people, figuring out how we get more people to the state. Like I said, we can train people all day long, but we need to find more people to train. So what sorts of state policies might you be able to craft to get more people into the state? Might you look at the House idea, the House position last year on the Promise Act, which would have allowed out-of-state students to be a part of that if they live and work in Kansas for 2 years? That might be a good return on investment. Thinking about things like the aviation tax credit that was giving the aviation industry some tax credits for training Air Force aircraft workers. Might there be something like that? You also passed the child care tax credit last year, which how is that being utilized? Does business industry know it really exists? Things like that might be able to be expanded. But then also, we know that we have a shortage of people who are interested in the trades. The Kansas college going rate's down to about 40%. And that's not just community college, that's all systems, private, public. Only 40% of Kansans are going on to secondary education. We know we have a huge gap in the skilled trades. So how do we market to Kansans that the skilled trades are good jobs that exist here close to home that pay well? We've got to get more of our Kansans staying here and less of our Kansans leaving. And we need to make sure whatever policies we put in place are designed to do that. And the other thing is making sure that we're not shuffling the population, making sure we're not pitting one part of the state against the other, but how do we grow all parts of the state? Because the problems in rural Kansas are problems. The problems in urban Kansas are problems. They may need the same solution. They may need different solutions, but we've got to have policies in place that will address the needs of every Kansan. And I'm happy to stand for questions.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thanks.
Senator Pittman was mentioning earlier that I might need to take one of those time management courses. The next presenter is Jeff Maxson with the Cybersecurity, or with the Governor's Office Cybersecurity Task Force recommendations. And I must say, sir, it's great to have you here without a redacted report.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. As we're getting set up, my name is Jeff Maxson. I am the Chief Information Security Officer here for the state of Kansas. And so I'm going to talk about the recommendations that came out of the Cybersecurity Task Force around workforce development. And I will just up front say it sounds like I'll be hitting on a lot of themes and highlighting some of the things that have already been talked about today in various forms or fashion. So more of kind of reinforcement of, it sounds like, some of the topics that have been discussed today. So.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you. I just wanted to tell the committee I did invite Mr. Maxson in here. And the reason I did that, you heard Mr. Schlapp from WSU. He talked about technology being a major area in terms of how we develop our economy and the net new jobs. What the Cybersecurity Task Force, while it was tasked with a lot of things, it was a partnership between government agencies as well as private industry to kind of, and with the National Governors Association, with some resources provided there. I'm sure Mr. Maxson is going to talk about that, but it was a neat way to go about and taking a slice of our workforce development needs and going through, and I love the process that the committee went through. I was part of it, and I just asked him to come in here and just shed some light on that. So that's the main reason I invited him in here.
Okay, for the record, you get full credit for this presenter. Okay, all right. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. So yeah, as Senator Pittman mentioned, so Executive Order 2125 in 2021 established the Governor's Cybersecurity Task Force, and it was a multi-agency public-private partnership. We had localities, cities, counties participating as well as critical infrastructure here in Kansas. So a lot of great thought and thought leadership went into it and kind of putting this together. So the task force started in August 2021. And the goal of it was to really develop recommendations to build a whole of state approach to cybersecurity. It's a challenge that everybody's facing, private industry, the local communities, local government, state government, we're all facing it. And so with the task force, we broke it down into really 4 subcommittees to help develop this whole of state. And the 4 committees were strategic vision and planning. So how are we going to go about this? What do we need to do? Statewide coordination and collaboration. Again, we're all in it together. We need to make sure we're working together. Cyber disruption and incident response. As we're seeing, cyber attacks do have major impacts on communities. In some places, we've seen it knock out government entities for better part of a month, if not longer, costing tens of millions of dollars to remediate. And everyone is a target, essentially. So everybody has this problem, so we do need to work together and have a plan for when communities get hit and how we respond and get them back up and functioning quickly. And then finally, workforce development and education. So our final report was, we finished up in December 2021, but it was finally published in January 2022, and we developed 41 recommendations for the state to look at to really advance a whole of state approach to cybersecurity. And again, workforce development was part of that one, because again, as I'll highlight here in a minute, there is a huge challenge for cybersecurity professionals. So when we started the task force, we asked each of the subcommittees to come up with a goal for what they're looking to accomplish. We had a general idea, but we really wanted the group to come up with that. And so the goal of the workforce development education was to identify and make recommendations on ways to grow Kansas's cybersecurity workforce, educational, and economic opportunities. And out of that subcommittee, there are 12 recommendations that we published in the final report related to workforce development and education. So, and you'll see some of them are recurring themes that you've probably already heard about today and probably already heard from some of the people we engage with as part of this process. So I just want to put together a quick slide on, these are just some example careers in cybersecurity, and there's a ton more out there, but these are some of the more common ones. And right here, for example, there's 15 career paths just in one kind of discipline or industry. So there's a very wide swath of knowledge that is needed. And so this is part of the challenges of trying to find individuals to fill these because there's so many needs. And so I just want to share this as an example of just all the different career paths that we're looking to try and fill in various places. So as part of the process, what we did is we reached out to a lot of various stakeholders around the state and brought in, as Senator Pittman mentioned, brought in other areas and organizations that have been working through this across the country. So we spoke with universities, nonprofits, we spoke with our Department of Education, we spoke with communities out in western Kansas and what a lot of their challenges were and helping try and identify those to make sure we're capturing those. We got a lot of input from the National Governors Association, and we also got a lot of input from the National Association of State Chief Information Officers, also known as NASIO. So again, a couple of our organizations that really support us and represent us for various efforts. And again, through that process, interviewing them and having them discuss their problems or what things are out there, we came up to our recommendations. All right, so the challenges that were identified. ISC Squared, which is a certification entity that does a lot of cybersecurity certifications, estimates that there is approximately 350,000 cybersecurity positions available or open, or a shortage of 350,000 individuals to fill those positions nationally. Cybersec.org, which is an organization that tracks current openings and kind of trends within the career space, estimates there's about 6,500 open positions here in Kansas, give or take, at various degrees. And so one of the big challenges that was identified, especially from the rural areas, was again finding positions and people to fill those positions in the rural areas. And again, one of the major challenges we have is also competing with the private sector and also the federal government, because a lot of them do pay significantly better than what the state does and what local government can pay. So as we look at it from that perspective, we are competing with both those markets. And then obviously the challenge of recruiting people to public workforce and retaining them, again, competing against the federal and private sector, as well as training existing staff. So on to our recommendations. So we broke our recommendations into several subcategories. And so the first one was, as we were going through the process, we did identify there are a lot of great things happening in Kansas. I'll cover some of those here shortly. And so we have a good foundation to build on, but we were not done identifying what we have here in Kansas. So a further assessment needs to be done of what capabilities we have for the workforce development within Kansas. As you heard, there sounds like there's a lot more going on. We still need to further engage from the state level to continue to mature that effort. So that was one of our first recommendations. Our second subcategory was staff development and training. And so out of this, we had two recommendations. And the first one, again, kind of as sound like some of the community colleges develop training programs with partners such as universities for existing public sector employees to address cybersecurity and information technology training. Now, it sounds like some of this may be happening in some of the local areas. Again, we did not necessarily identify that, but that is something we do need to do from the public sector side and explore that and build those better relationships. Our second recommendation was to explore the development of public-private cyber ranges. That includes partnerships with our higher education institutes to provide staff and students training and development opportunities. So again, more collaboration efforts are needed in this space, and what it takes to implement that is again, stuff that needs to be a little more explored a little bit more. Our next subcategory was talent pipeline development. And out of this, we had, bear with me, 4 recommendations. And again, not trying to read straight from the slides. Establish partnerships with higher education institutions to begin developing a talent pipeline is a critical step across the industry, and also develop through kind of those work-based or applied learning opportunities you hear about. We recognize that and acknowledge that, and that is something we definitely do support. Another recommendation was to create a registry or industry matching service to connect potential interns and job seekers with organizations offering work-based learning opportunities. So again, what we have found is there are a lot of people looking for these positions, and there's a lot of people willing to fill these positions, but matching them up can be hard to do. And so finding a way to set up some sort of registry to align those. And I'll explain why that'll be important here in a second as well. So. The third recommendation, develop work-based learning opportunities through public and private partnerships to provide hands-on learning for students, continuing learning and training for existing staff. So again, hitting more on themes that you guys have heard about, so I'm not going to continue harping on that, but again, that is something that is recognized and does prove value, as I'll discuss here shortly as well. And then the last recommendation, again, is partner with commercial and nonprofit training programs to build the talent pipeline by tapping into the adult workforce, including transitioning soldiers, to reskill and retool them to step into cybersecurity roles. So I'll discuss the opportunity we have with that here in Kansas specifically. Our next category was early education. And so with this, we got a lot of input from the Department of Education themselves as we were talking about this. You know, it goes back into the big need for STEM and early education. I believe Department of Education had mentioned, and again, don't 100% quote me on this, but they estimate that most people have their careers identified by the time they're in 6th grade, if I remember right. So we need to get this earlier into kind of being as a potential career opportunity like nurses, doctors, things like that the kids might want to do when they're young. So finding ways to get STEM and information technology and cybersecurity on early. It sounds pretty daunting task, but there are ways. So develop and support efforts to train more K-12 teachers on how to teach computer science or cybersecurity concepts. Additionally, develop and support efforts to boost K-12 retention of teachers already teaching in computer science and cybersecurity concepts. And then the second recommendation was to develop and support efforts to engage K-12 students early and often regarding computer science and cybersecurity. And I do believe there are several, I believe both K-State and KU have efforts to go out and train teachers to teach computer science as well, and they're continuing to want to expand those programs. All right, our last recommendation section was on recruitment and retention. And the first recommendation out of the group, identify salary differences between public and private jobs and see if and where the public sector can raise wages to be more competitive. Identify possible state-level scholarship opportunities that mirror the federal government Scholarship for Service program. We do have, again, referring back to that Kansas Promise Act scholarship, very similar, but some different requirements in this space, particularly about giving back in terms of state service or public service within Kansas to add on to it. So one of the things we did identify is we do have a lot of cybersecurity students here in Kansas that are on the federal Scholarship for Service program, and that basically guarantees that they're taking jobs outside the state. So how do we keep them in the state? And then finally, using the National Institute of Standards and Technology's National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, or NICE framework, which is a cybersecurity workforce framework that identifies jobs and job positions, and work with the public sector to compartmentalize the right job titles and descriptions for our positions when we're putting those out for posting and aligning with what we're seeing in the public sector as well. So those were our recommendations. Some of the current efforts that we did identify within Kansas, I said there is a lot going on that is is a great effort. So we have 6 higher education institutions that hold National Security Agency designations for centers of academic excellence. And what that means is they go through an accreditation process that indicates that they are teaching a curriculum that aligns with the National Security Agency's best practices of what folks need to go into this career field. And those are both 4-year schools and several 2-year schools as well that hold that accreditation. There are multiple other schools with varying degree programs across the state at both the community college level and the 4-year college level, so both private and public institutions. We have the Air National Guard 184th Wing down in Wichita that has a major cyber component to it, and they're doing a lot for the country from a cyber perspective. I got a beginning there to get into the cyber field through the 184, so they do provide a lot of great skills for young people to get into their career field. And then there are several nonprofit organizations such as KC Scholars or We Code KC that are promoting STEM and also promoting scholarships for folks to enter into the career field. And again, they're trying to align students with internships and applied learning activities to help further them and get them out in the workforce. So other efforts I want to discuss is, so as I mentioned earlier, both K-State and KU have efforts to train teachers to teach computer science courses in the K through 12 space. And again, that is huge. They're wanting to continue growing that program as much as they can. Both of them are wanting to do that. We have programs like the Wichita State Innovar and Cybersecurity Forensic Research Group, which are providing those applied learning opportunities. They use their students that are essentially going in and being contracted out to various companies to perform duties and get that on-hand or on-hands learning experience and working with companies and building those skill sets. And I believe a lot of them will transition, in most cases, to full-time employees with organizations they're working with. The WSU Hub for Cybersecurity Education Awareness, again, does a lot of outreach. They are also looking for applied learning opportunities and partnering with various community organizations and other industry to, again, get experience for their students. And then also I want to add the passage of the bill that allows for high schools to have computer science credits take place for a math credit for graduation. Again, these are great efforts that are happening in Kansas, wholeheartedly support them, and they're contributing to us hopefully closing some of this gap. So some of the opportunities we identified for Kansas in this space, the Bureau of Labor Statistics states that the median salary for cybersecurity degrees or cybersecurity professionals with a bachelor degree and less than 5 years of experience is around $102,000. And the mean salary for that in Kansas is about $91,000. So these are very high-paying jobs, even for entry professionals getting into the career field. They can move up pretty quickly. So there's a huge economic benefit to these positions. Another opportunity we have is to recruit transitioning soldiers into public service and cybersecurity. So I believe statistics I got from the Department of Commerce is there's about 200 to 300 soldiers transitioning out of active duty at Fort Riley on a monthly basis. And that does not include Fort Leavenworth or McConnell Air Force Base. So an opportunity to take folks that want to contribute to a mission and will be willing to reskill, very dedicated individuals. So we have an opportunity to tap into that for future professionals. The broadband expansion into rural areas is another major opportunity. One of the things the pandemic has shown is that these jobs can be done remotely, and we do know of a lot of students here in Kansas, they would like to stay in Kansas from what we understand. And so with broadband expansions, they can work in their home areas, whether it's Western Kansas or not, and then work for companies outside of the state. Obviously want to keep them in the state, but again, it affords them the opportunity to still live in Kansas. Again, promoting and leveraging more internships and apprenticeships, whether that's college students or individuals reskilling. It's a great place that we can tap into to find professionals to help fill the gap. And again, develop more applied learning opportunities, which are those project-based opportunities that students can partner with private industry or the public sector as well. So again, some of the opportunities we identified in Kansas. So some of the successes we've had within Kansas government ourselves. So we did establish a cybersecurity internship program here this summer. We have one college-age intern, and then we also have an intern who is reskilling from a previous profession. And with that, we had over 24 applications within a 2-week period to fill those internships from posting. So a lot of demand for those. Unfortunately, we can only support 2 at the time. I'd love to expand that program, but that was a huge success. We are currently engaged with multiple universities in terms of talking with their professor staff on what curriculum should look like, things like that, and also just building those relationships. We are looking at rewriting our job postings and position descriptions, transitioning away from things like requiring an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree to try and recruit other individuals in. You know, one of the biggest things we say is required for our profession is just the desire to learn, because it moves so rapidly, but you don't have to have a degree or certification to step into this field. And also, we have signed an agreement with Wichita State for their applied learning opportunities, so we can leverage their students for various projects or different gaps that we need to fill. So we're excited to see where that takes the state of Kansas. And so with that, I will stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jeff. Very helpful, and I should know this, and maybe some of my colleagues on the committee will know, being educators, but I hold a comprehensive business education certification, which means when I taught computer technology. I understand, though, that many of our universities have done away with the business education program. And so my question is, with an emphasis or the goal of having an emphasis on early education or K-12 in this space, do you know the current qualifications for teachers in order to teach computer technology or computer courses in our K-12 system?
That I do not know, so I'd have to check with the Department of Education on whether they sat with that, or defer to my colleagues at K-State or KU that are teaching that curriculum.
Yeah, I was encouraged to see KU and K-State, putting an emphasis. I would like to know more about that, because if we don't have, the teachers to teach that content and those concepts, then it's going to be a huge barrier to meeting these goals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a great question. I would like to know the answer to that as well, Senator Erickson. So you had a lot of great information here, as many of our presenters have today. So I'm going to ask you what I've asked a couple of others. Legislatively speaking, because that's really all we can do, is what is the one thing that you would like to see us tackle that would make the biggest difference from your perspective?
That is a great question, and I wish I had a silver bullet,
come on, you don't have the
answer. The challenge really is just the breadth and the scope of the need. And so ways to, again, whether it's at so many different levels. So for example, promoting cybersecurity as a career field. And I don't know if it's just how that could be done legislatively, other than I'd have to defer to some of you on that as the best way. But understanding the job market that we're competing with at the state level and being able to effectuate some sort of changes in pay scales or things like that, statutes possibly allowing better partnerships between the state and local governments to help fill some gaps, things like that, I think would be some of the most impactful from a legislative perspective.
Good, thank you.
Ms. Varnberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of onto the computer science. I actually have a degree in business education as well, and we were taught that. I graduated in 2016, and we were taught how to teach Excel and Word and everything like that. But I'm curious, and this might be a question for staff. I don't know if you'd have the answer. That credit is now eliminated from being required to graduate with your high school diploma. And so I'm curious on if it was through the Department of Education or where that credit was eliminated and why. Because it used to be 1 credit hour for all students in order to graduate from a Kansas high school.
Matthew.
Yeah, so Chair, members of the committee, so the state board is who sets the graduation requirements, so they would have been the ones that had stricken that. We can definitely look in and see if we can figure out either some minutes or kind of figure out when that occurred and if there was any reasoning or justification provided.
Sometimes they change the requirements when it's too difficult for kids to figure out and they're not passing it. That would be my guess. Senator Pittman.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Maxon, for coming in here. I know it was above and beyond a lot of things that you do in terms of keeping charge of the cybersecurity of our state. Thanks for briefing us on the process. Once again, really, I mean, there's a lot of resolutions that came out from this regarding state cybersecurity, but the state does have opportunities to become something of a mecca of cybersecurity. We've got a lot of neat resources here that, you know, just like we're investing in Panasonic, there might be opportunities to invest further in terms of making this a proficiency of our state in particular. So thanks again for coming in.
Yep. And I will add, Senator Dietrich, I was thinking about something like, yeah, I will say something like a scholarship for service opportunity would be a good place to get people to commit to public service. I know that is one of the biggest challenges. Like I said, the federal government has used that program and has had huge success. Unfortunately, here in Kansas, that success means that they go out of state to work for the federal government. We're not keeping them here. But again, something like that to keep people around would be a very beneficial program.
So can you tell me where we are on this? You had 41 recommendations, and a lot of them were kind of general, but there were some specifics. How much of this have we accomplished?
Percentage-wise, so going back through here, at least for the workforce development piece, I'd say we're probably about through half of them in some form or fashion. Now, I won't say they're complete, but we started down the paths in places. So, for example, developing an internship program and partnering with universities kind of fell into 2 recommendations. And so we've done that at the state level. We're continuing to try and build. My office is relatively new. It was created in 2018. And so we're still trying to get our legs underneath us from supporting the state as well as doing the outreach. And so we've taken some stuff like that. From the overall task force, I'd have to go back and get that information for you. But I believe we've made a pretty good chunk at about half the recommendations through that effort.
Okay. Thanks for your report. Appreciate it. Thanks, Senator Pittman, for suggesting it. And seeing no further questions, we'll move on.
Thank you.
Okay, we're still just a bit behind schedule. Randy Reinhardt, are you in the room? Yes, you are. Okay, great. Presentation. Okay, great. Yeah, no, that's the most important thing is to learn things. Welcome to committee and thanks for being here. If you need a minute to set up, that's fine.
I reached out to Senator Pittman to find out for sure what we can do as a private business to keep everyone educated as to what we do. We're a little unique. There's a book, if you're interested in looking at, is Jeff Korzenik, who's become a good friend of ours on a national level, has written a book called Untapped Talent. He references a lot of the programs, and I'm going to be referencing of some of the things we do here in Kansas. And Kansas has always been at the lead of the pack of what we do. So Zephyr Products is a contract manufacturer located in Leavenworth, Kansas. We produce steel fabricated parts for other manufacturing operations in the region. The company was founded in 1979. One of the primary purposes was to provide jobs for residents of the minimum security of Lansing Correctional Facility. Today, we have over 125 employees. Over 85 of those employees are residents of the Lansing Correctional Facility, and we refer to them as returning citizens. So when people hear what we do in our operation in Leavenworth, they think we stamp license plates. That could be no further than the truth. Our employees produce top quality fabricated parts using state-of-the-art technology. And so I thought the best way to kind of show you that without actually giving you a tour through our plant is to show you some of our customers and some of the type of product we do. We don't produce everything that you see, but we're their primary steel fabricator in those parts. And a plug for economic development is those folks, you'll see a common theme, they locate where they can find folks like us to produce their fabricated parts. Let's see if I can get started back at the beginning. Okay. So let's start with Husqvarna Products. They are a company, of course, headquartered in Sweden. Their primary North America location is in Olathe, Kansas. We're one of their primary steel providers. Garsites, Kansas City, we do a lot of their steel fabrication. So these are all mostly industrial OEM type companies. Global Ground Support, located in Olathe, Kansas. They're owned by a publicly traded company. Their primary location is in Olathe. We do de-icing trucks for them. They have had the military contract for the last 20 years. So all the military de-icing trucks have all been produced here in Kansas, and we do primarily most of those fabricated parts. You saw some other airlines. They do all the assist things for them. Express Scales, this company in Lenexa, do a lot of bagging and seed components and things like that. Collins Machinery is a company in Kansas City, Missouri side, and another company, Montesium, actually owned by John Deere. They're a manufacturer of planting equipment and things of that nature. So again, the list goes on and on and on. You can see there's a common theme. These are large, mostly industrial, international companies who are providing, building equipment that's all fabricated by companies like ourselves. We hire citizens, hire returning citizens through a private industry work release program with the State Department, or the Kansas Department of Corrections. So we hire based on attitude, and then we develop the necessary skills. The average length of employment is about 18 months, so we have a lot of turnover, and we spend a great deal of dollars and resources on training. Upon their release, we help them find jobs. We also have hired some employees back after they've successfully completed the program. We track the recidivism rate of our successful alumni, which is really important to understand how the success of the program. We consider a successful alumni is an employee who is still employed with us at the time of their release. We know our program works to give people tools to reenter society successfully. The proof is in the numbers. Since the beginning, since 1979, we've had over 400 successful alumni. Most of those have returned back to their communities here in the state of Kansas. Consistent with most state and federal reporting, we look back 36 months, 3 years, from the time of their release. And as you probably know, in the average recidivism rate in the United States is about 65%, meaning 2 out of 3 people who are released reoffend, go back to prison. In Kansas, our numbers are much better, 35%. As of June 30th, We compile this every quarter, publish it internally. As of June 30th, 2022, we had 47 returning citizens who had left our program previously successfully over the 36 months. Of those 47 people, nobody reoffended. So the program over the last several years is we've enjoyed that 0%, almost 0% recidivism. That we have had somewhere between 3 to 6% who have returned to prison based on a parole violation, but not because of a new offense. We're very proud of our guys who've come through our program for their success. We're also proud of the fact that they have an impact on their families and their communities. And rather than having a negative impact on the community, our returning citizens are becoming tax-paying citizens, good role models with a positive influence on our community. That's the good news. Here's the bad news. 70% of the people who we hire from KDOC lose their job before being released. 70%. There are a lot of reasons for these terminations, but the major cause revolves around drug addiction. We have zero tolerance. The state has zero tolerance. So we, like most business, suffer from lack of quality workers in our industry. And the reality is we have a limited number of quality KDOC candidates also available to draw upon. So we know that we need to slow that revolving door down of the KDOC employees. But we also felt compelled to try to find answers to better understand the whys of that revolving door and how to better assist our employees to be successful and take strides forward in their lives by starting with holding a job. Because we know that's very important to be successful. Once they lose a job, it kind of goes downhill from there. Less than a year ago, we created a couple new programs I want to talk about. We partnered with two nonprofits. One was mentioned earlier, Brothers in Blue Reentry in Leavenworth, as well as In Circle located in Olathe. In Circle works with the Johnson County folks as well. We've worked with those two organizations and established a 6-week onboarding class to help them as they enter into the workforce and help them become more job ready and develop them to be better employees, not just for us, but for other employers in Kansas after they leave our employment. For many of our new employees, we actually may be their first real job. Managing conflict resolution, understanding the importance of being coachable, I'm still learning how to do that, and learning how to be an advocate for themselves are all new concepts for many of our new hires. And we branded this program the Zephyr University. So it's 6 weeks when they first come to work. We spend an hour and a half once a week with a counselor to, in addition to all their other training they're getting, this is the soft skill side of the training. And additionally, we partner with Brothers in Blue Reentry, which operates inside the prison. And we established a weekly meeting, same guys who are going through the program, whereby they have an opportunity to meet with a counselor on a voluntary basis to help them process work issues and concerns. We found that many times their only advice was their bunkie, who was probably not giving them really good advice. So it's an opportunity for them to have some professional counseling and talk through some of what those issues might be. Our employees are learning how to change complaints into requests, receive constructive instruction for improvement, and they see value of their contribution to the workforce. That's a huge one. And we call this the Zephyr Job Club. And we hope that between the Zephyr U and the Zephyr Job Club, our employees are given tools to better navigate the work world. Ultimately, our goal is to equip them to be successful, but and become less reliant on drugs to self-medicate and less likely to self-sabotage. We don't have enough data, but our hope is that with more training on the soft essential skills, our turnover goes down, our successful alumni numbers goes up, and it is our belief in today's competitive labor market, employers are going to need to do more of this type of training and development to stabilize the workforce. Now, none of what I just described today would be possible without the visionaries of KDOC. Our partnership began 40 years ago when Fred Braun partnered with KDOC to create one of the first private industry partnerships of this kind, Zephyr Products. Kansas has been a leader in the private industry partnership workforce. We've always ranked in the top 5 states for many years based on payroll and number of private industry jobs. Secretary of Correction Jeff Zamuda has been outstanding to work with and been focused on workforce development as a priority. Under Secretary Zamuda's leadership over the last 4 years, we've continued to make great strides, particularly in providing opportunities for women of the Topeka Correctional Facility. Up until the last few years, there have been 0 jobs available, and it's been a great opportunity to see that so that the women have the same opportunity as the men. We are recognized on a national stage as having one of the best in class correction workforce development programs, and I think our results speak for themselves. And I think we were mentioned in the book as well. There's a lot of good things going on a national level, and Kansas is a big part of that. So we appreciate that. Without your support, our program would not be possible. Thank you for your service and your commitment to help Kansas be ready for the future through workforce development, and particularly in supporting workforce training and development for the 10,000 citizens in Kansas who are incarcerated. Over 95% of them will return back to Kansas communities. So let's equip them to return as a contributing, productive citizen and worker for Kansas. I'd also like to invite all of you and any other interested to tour our facility. Meeting our employees, understanding how the program helps them prepare for their release is truly amazing. It's the best part of my day is to interact with our employees. My dad was in the Kansas Legislature for 12 years, and I heard him tell many that it's unfortunate that someone had to commit a crime, go to prison, get a job at Zephyr in order to learn a trade. And so it's really, there's other opportunities, but in many cases, it's just a really great opportunity for somebody that's made bad decisions and can get recorrected back on where we need to go. There's a whole lot of great things going on in our state. This is one aspect of it, and we appreciate that. Again, we're very much appreciative of your support to allow what we do, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So for the record, this is another Senator Pittman participation ribbon.
I think it's more than that. It might be number 1.
I think this is a really great program, and we've asked several questions earlier about how do we capture that audience. So these people, it's the last 6 weeks that they're in prison.
No, typically anywhere from a year to 4 years. The 6 weeks I was referring to is the training that we're providing. So the average is 18 months, but we have some as long as 4 years, and we have some less than a year.
So they work for you while they're in prison. They go back to prison. Do they do it on location, or do they get out and come to your facility?
So I'm involved with another company called LPF Powder Coating. We do that on the inside. But as far as Zephyr, this particular company, we have a bus, we have vans, and we transport the guys from the prison every morning. We have 2 shifts. So we pick them up 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, bring the first shift. Then we return them, bring the second shift. Supervisors do the transportation. So all the work is done at our facility, about 5 miles from the prison. So they then return back, at the prison. So it's a work release program, just a larger the nature than a 1 to 2 type work release.
What kind of wages are they paid in relation to someone doing the same job at a different company?
So in the beginning, it was based on minimum wage. A lot of these guys are working for the state, making 50 cents or less. I'm not sure what that is. We have over the years have kind of moved the notch. So we start at 7.25 today. We have a compensation committee, and based on what they do, based on their skills, based on their performance, that's up to $12, $13 an hour now, depending on where they are in that job. We've done some calculations based on the training, based on the amount of time and energy of managing the process with the prison. We view about a $5 an hour differential between what they can make on the outside versus on the inside. So our belief is somebody making 13 at ours would probably get out and make an $18 wage. Now, the good news is 25% of that gross comes back to the state of Kansas. So there's a large dollar amount being captured. It's being come back to the state of Kansas.
Is that in the form of income tax, or is that?
No, that's dollars.
Okay.
Back to
So
it's
in
actually
addition to paying them, you paid the state of Kansas.
So we actually pay them as the employee. So we have, 85 gentlemen on our payroll. Our payroll company thinks it's odd that they all have the direct deposit going to the same account, but they do. It goes directly to the state. We then send them a report of everybody's wages, their time, compensation, withdrawals. The state then goes through and at the Department of Corrections and put their money into their respective accounts after they take the 25% gross out.
What kind of support do you get from the state, other than the agreement to use the prisoners?
So it's a tricky question. I mean, the best thing we can have is your support to allow this program to continue. It's a win-win-win for everybody. There's been a lot of misperceptions and over the years, and I think, today there's a nice movement where everyone understands the benefit to all parties, especially what the labor market is today. So I think just to continue to encourage the program, understand the program, and the goal here is for help. We want our employees to be successful when they get out. We don't want them to ever come back to prison. That's a huge thing. And so we do qualify for a federal program, the WOTC, the tax credit because they're on work release, ex-felons. Besides that, that's really the only additional compensation.
Senator Warren. Oh, by the way, that program's up to date, I hear. The Department of Labor has informed us that, and the Department of Commerce has informed us that their new software is working and the tax credits are now being produced. Is that correct? You getting that now?
I think so.
Okay, good. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. And the chair, in his wisdom, asked one of my questions already, so I was glad to hear that. It was about the support you're getting from the state. And is it just the partnership with KDOC, if I'm correct? And
Yes, the Department of Correction and just working. Our biggest thing, like everybody else, is the labor force and having people. COVID hit us really bad because we didn't have access to a lot of the folks as well. And we were shut down actually for 2 months where the COVID process going through, we couldn't, and so our management became our workforce. So the relationship we have with KDOC is great.
And thank you for being here. I have chatted with someone from your company before, and you presenting here today reminds me that I need to come for a visit to your facility. So now that I know even more information, really need to move that up to the top of my list.
You would welcome that.
To come visit. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, come in on that also. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here and for all that you're doing. I think it's a great program. Do you know, are there other companies partnering with other correctional facilities in Kansas to do a similar type thing, or are you unique?
No, we're not unique. I think part of it just our size and scale. I think there's approximately 40 other companies that Kansas works with, and that may be anywhere from 1 to 2 employees to and then a lot of these programs are actually inside the walls, and our sister company, LPF, is actually inside at Lansing Correctional in the medium custody. There we have 5 civilians that come to work every day. We have about 20 LCF employees that actually reside there and our operations inside there. So we take our fabricated product inside the prison, have it powder coated, and then take it to the customer. So that's a little different, and that's all under the PI program, which is a federal program. What we do at Zephyr on the outside is under the Kansas Work Release Program. So they're 2 different things, but they're managed by the same through the Corrections Department.
Okay, so you mentioned 70% of the people that start with you end up losing their job with you because of, well, mainly because of drug use. How does that correlate with drug use within the prison itself versus, or are they somehow getting it on the outside in the work opportunity program?
So 29 years ago was a wake-up call to understand what's really going on inside the prison. I mean, they do a really good job of trying to control the contraband, but it happens. Every state has those issues. So it's not just our company or other work release. It is a concern, and which is why when our guys go back, there's a lot of security. It's making sure that things are not brought in or things are brought out of our place. So there is a security that they go through, and we're mindful of that. And from time to time, we'll have the state come in and do a search and make sure that, and we find things from time to time, and our goal is to get that all shut down. So as far as the actual numbers, I can't speak to the state numbers. You know, it's, when I say drug addiction, it's either contraband or it's because of a dirty UI or whatever it might be, and or just strange behavior at our workplace. You know, so it's all of the above, but generally it's the state who takes the person from our program because of something that they did back at the prison.
Representative Clayton.
Just out of curiosity, what happened 29 years ago?
That's when I left my banking.
Oh, that's when you started. Okay, I didn't know if there was some
and just for the record, my mom thought I'd lost my mind.
Yeah.
I left my banking job to come do this and hang out with a bunch of guys from the prison. So I'm sorry. That meant a lot to me, but not to you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions. Oh, Senator Pittman with the wrap up.
Yep, I just want to say thank you for coming in. He's a business owner. He's come in here, sacrificed his time to come up and talk to us. I wanted him to come in to let us know what this program does, some of the benefits, and in particular, there's three different businesses inside the Fred Braun Business Park right there in Leavenworth, a few miles from my house, that do this kind of thing. And I think Zephyr does one of the best jobs of it. They've invested in programs. They're taking advantage of, I don't know if you remember, but last year we put in place the ability for private industry to put in I guess you could say, training facilities inside the correctional facility at Lansing. And through some of their partnerships, they are taking advantage of that and giving these skills to these potentially returning citizens. And so just appreciate you coming down. I think one of the biggest things, when I went through the facility, you know, the employees, the inmates that were working there seemed happy. They seemed to be, they felt good about the fact that they're there, they're doing something constructive. But your people told me it's not the fact that you want people who have welding experience per se. You told me that it's really the soft skills that become so important. If somebody's trainable, you can take them and get them up to speed on the things that they need to learn. It's those soft skills that you said that were so important for them to be able to work and coexist next to, you know, non-inmates, let's just call it that, or their own colleagues. Is that right?
Right. They have to have the skills, or they can't make it either.
Sure, I got that.
But they're not going to keep their job if they don't have those soft skills. And so they can get the job with their technical skills, but then they lose it for all those other reasons. And that's the part that we're trying desperately to try to see if that makes a difference, not only for us, but for the other employers that'll be hiring our folks when they leave.
Well, I certainly hope we can expand this, so thanks for being here.
I very much appreciate you guys' support and your time, and would love to give a tour if you want to set something up to be able to do. I think that would be just, I made the assumption that you guys all knew about these programs, been on for 40 years. And then I realized that there's turnover, and, so Fred Braun, who started this thing 40 years ago, was doing this on a regular basis. We kind of made fun of him because it's like, really? How many times do you have to tell him? But, this is a great forum to keep it top of mind, right?
We're legislators. You have to tell us often. But yeah, we'll set something up, and we'll get an email out if we can maybe find a date. If anyone would be interested to join us, we could probably go in a group or a small group outside of the committee, of course. We only have 2 days of committee. So thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
And thanks for the information.
How did I do on time? Did we catch up?
Well, we got close to catching up, and so we're going to take a 5-minute break before we let the aviation industry talk. So set us back a little bit. Okay, committee. All right, committee, let's go ahead and get started on our final conferee. Before I move on, I want to introduce two special guests of mine that reached out to me yesterday, the day before yesterday. Blake Richmeyer and Nash Sloan are both here. And say hi there. They are engineering students at the University of Kansas, and they're graduating this year. They knew we were having a workforce development deal. They knew that the aviation industry was going to be here and that one of their needs is engineering. And so they are not only the top of their class, but they're also driven enough to drive to the state capitol, reach out to me, drive to the state capitol with resumes in hand because they are wanting to work and live in Kansas. And so we'll welcome them to committee too. I'm not going to put you on the spot and make you talk, but thanks for coming up. We've got two aviation companies represented here, and when they're done, we're going to have a bidding war on how to hire you. All right, so we'll move on. First up, Emily Lopez with the Senior Director of Human Resources, Spirit Aerosystems.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to committee, and press that button, please, before you start. Is there a blue button?
Test again.
There you go.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay,
Nailed it.
perfect.
All
We
right,
got it. Okay. Well, Chairman Tarwater and members of the Special Committee on Workforce Development, thank you for allowing me to speak to you this afternoon on the needs of the workforce, particularly within our Kansas aerospace and defense industry. As you said, my name's Emily Lopez. I am a Senior Director for Human Resources at Spirit Aerosystems. Specifically, I have the responsibility for our global talent management organization, and then I also have the responsibility for our global human resource business partners. And it's those HRBPs that work directly with our operational leaders around the world to develop strategies that ensure we have a really highly skilled and trained workforce. Before discussing some of the opportunities that we have to strengthen the workforce, I wanted to just briefly summarize the current state of our industry, as I think it's going to provide some good context for the focus on how we can really develop a robust talent pipeline in Kansas. So our global aviation industry has faced not one, but two pretty big shocks over the last few years. The first was caused by two fatal 737 MAX crashes, and then the subsequent 20-month grounding of the MAX. The second was triggered by the global COVID-19 pandemic. In response to both of those events, what we saw is that our Kansas employment levels dropped by about 5,500 workers. Today, we are making a strong recovery. Domestic air traffic for July 2022 was up 4.1% from the same time last year. However, our total domestic traffic, it's still down 13% from where it was in July 2019 prior to both of those events. Internationally, traffic rose 150% in July compared to just the year before, but it's only at about 68% of what it was back in 2019. The airline industry that drives demand for new aircraft is now faced with other inflationary impacts. So pilot wage increases, for example, and then higher fuel prices as well. And within our supply chain, we're contending with raw material price fluctuations and higher transportation costs as well. So airlines are grappling with a lot of labor challenges too. For example, the 8,000 pilot shortage that exists today, it's actually forecasted to grow to 30,000 by 2025. There's also significant shortages in air traffic controllers and crew and gate staff at airports as well. So despite these and other global market challenges, Spirit is emerging stronger. And we are focused on that in part by diversifying our overall production portfolio beyond just the commercial aerospace business. So we're aspiring to achieve a diversified target of 40-40-20 from a revenue split perspective, where 40% of our revenue would come from commercial, 40% from our defense programs, and then the remaining 20% from our aftermarket business segment. To be successful on this journey, we will require continued strategic hiring of more employees over the next several years. We'll need that to ensure we've got the right talent to meet the needs of our business across all three of those segments. I'd say on a local, on a national, and on an international level, we are facing a workforce and talent pipeline shortage for critical positions. These critical positions are required to support our advanced manufacturing programs. We, along with other Kansas aerospace manufacturers and suppliers of all sizes, really are struggling to fill open positions with the right talent. As Spirit, in particular, continues to diversify our defense programs and the rate of commercial manufacturing continues its recovery, the nature of many aerospace manufacturing jobs will also continue to evolve over time as we introduce new production technologies into our factories. So with that landscape in mind, all of those realities really for us translate into a very present day dilemma for the state of Kansas. How do we meet the needs of aerospace companies who have committed to growing operations in the state, but struggle to tap into a workforce who's really prepared for that advanced technical competency required? So we're taking numerous approaches to attract talent. We're focusing on improving our recruitment efforts. We're lengthening the number of days that we train our employees in-house, and we're also strengthening our relationships with external partners like high schools, technical institutions, community colleges, and universities as well. We're also working very closely with our partners at the Workforce Center. In addition to offering competitive wages and great benefit packages, we also started offering sign-on bonuses for hourly employees. And then more recently, even a referral program to incentivize our existing employees to refer people that they know to apply for openings at Spirit. We recognize that our success as a Tier 1 aerospace supplier is very dependent on a healthy network of suppliers as well. So that's why we've worked with our suppliers to promote partnerships between their businesses and local community colleges to help them address some of those specific challenges as well. So as we discuss the state's workforce needs and what that means in terms of challenges and opportunities, I first want to take this opportunity just to thank the legislature for passing the Kansas Aviation tax credits last spring. The employee aviation tax credit really provides an impactful recruitment tool for our industry. We use it to attract and retain qualified employees. We appreciate the state supporting our industry through these incentives that will help us in our efforts to attract talent from other states. So thank you. While it's still too early to assess how the Kansas Aviation Tax Credit incentive is making an impact, please know that we've been working very diligently to promote this and all of our recruitment strategies, including our job fairs. So as we look at the state of Kansas labor market and its impact on our business, we really see several converging factors that are contributing to these latest trends. We're experiencing cross-industry competition for talent that's expanded in ways that we really have never seen previously. Increasing numbers of applicants we screen or interview for open positions, they're also considering jobs not just with other companies in our industry, but in other industries as well. Beyond the immediate benefits of a great job with outstanding benefits, we do highlight opportunities for a career at Spirit AeroSystems. But because job seekers now have more options than ever, we are losing some potential employees in a different job market who in a different job market would have worked for Spirit. In August, our state had a 2.5% unemployment rate. That contributes to this very fierce competition. The extraordinarily tight labor supply, coupled with an even greater demand for workers, it's really the perfect storm that we're facing and other employers are facing right now. Hiring employees is not only the challenge in a constricted labor market, we're also battling with increased attrition rates as well. This increased attrition is evident both in our salaried and then our hourly positions too. So from skilled factory floor employees to professionals, this external competition is really leading to employees switching jobs more quickly. Losing employees on the back end also adds further pressure to our already strained talent pipelines. Over the next several years, we do anticipate higher than average attrition to continue. It may level off, we hope that it does, but we know that we shouldn't be surprised if attrition rates remain above their pre-pandemic levels. So as we diversify our portfolio to include more defense work, we also expect that engineering positions will likely remain high in demand, especially when we think about our development programs. Other examples of high demand jobs besides engineering include sheet metal mechanics, as well as supply chain procurement professionals. As much as we prefer students that have relevant degrees and technical certifications, unfortunately enrollments at WSU Tech for sheet metal mechanic certifications, for example, are just too low to fill the number of positions that we have available at any given time. The economic reality for many students considering earning a technical certification is not just about the cost of the training. It's also about the loss of income in the short term. So even though the aerostructures course at WSU Tech is only about an 8-week commitment, it assumes that students are in a financial position to not earn an income for that 8-week period. As an alternative, they could land a job and start working for a company immediately that doesn't require that level of investment and certification. So when faced with a job now and training or a job later, some potential students don't feel like they can afford to take the time to invest in that industry certification. We do first try to recruit talent locally, but we do regularly expand our search along that I-35 corridor from Kansas City to Dallas to attract more workers to Wichita. Programs such as the state's Career and Technical Education Program that encourages high school students to pursue technical career paths, including advanced manufacturing, continues to be a really valuable tool. We appreciate the legislature fully funding CTE in fiscal year 2023. Assisting young Kansans embark on a career path before even high school graduation really opens opportunities for them to land good jobs and quickly become part of the economic engine that really drives our state. Unfortunately, we do see many students explore technical careers, but not as many actually complete those pathways. So one thing the state might consider is how do we incentivize schools that have the highest percentage of students who are in the completers category? We do want to continue encouraging explorers, but we need to find creative ways to reward schools for helping a higher percentage of students actually complete those certifications and become fully workforce ready. We also have some opportunity to improve promoting technical jobs to middle school students. By the time youth reach high school, many have already ruled out a technical career path. Middle school is where we're finding we need further efforts preparing young people for technical careers. So in closing, I want to say your leadership on workforce issues, given all of that I just shared, is really needed more than ever to continue building on the trusted partnerships enjoyed between our industry and our state, which sends an unmistakable message about the legislature's commitment to supporting high-paying advanced manufacturing jobs here in Kansas. So thank you again for giving me an opportunity to speak. Certainly look forward to answering any questions that you may have and the continued conversation on our shared priorities.
Okay, thanks so much. And I'm glad to hear that some of the things that we're doing up here actually are working out for you. I'd like to, I mean, we spent a lot of time on them, and so I would like to get more information on that aviation tax credit and how it's working. I've heard from some of the companies that they're using it pretty actively to recruit people from other states. And for the engineering students here, if you do get a job in the aviation industry, you won't have to pay taxes in Kansas for at least 5 years. And if the company chooses to help pay for your student loans, they'll get a tax credit for that too. So Senator Pittman has a question.
Tell you why I brought them up here.
Another conferee from Senator Pittman.
Seriously though, thank you for coming up here. It's such an important industry for our state. I know you're in HR. Do you have any concept of how your suppliers here in Kansas, how this workforce shortage, I mean, are they experiencing the exact same things you are? And are they not complaining, but articulating some of the challenges they have on that front as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, so the challenges that I just described certainly aren't unique to Spirit, and a step further, certainly not unique to Kansas either. You know, we've got some of the benefit of being a larger sized organization with an opportunity to kind of flex in some areas where we've got challenges. Some of our suppliers are certainly smaller and therefore in some cases less resilient to some of the challenges. So we're not unique and certainly are observing the same demands from our suppliers.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at page 3 of your testimony here, and so I see the line, external competition is leading to employees switching jobs. Is this external outside of the state or in different local sectors? What are we talking about?
Yeah, so I think it's a mix. It depends slightly on the segment of the workforce as well. So from an hourly perspective, it's less of people going outside of the state and more about leaving kind of advanced manufacturing type jobs, different industries, even grocery store chains, fast food, for example, that are now paying higher wages than what we've historically seen. It's a mix, I'd say, from a salaried perspective. Some of it is leaving the state. Others of it is really the challenge that we've now faced with more kind of the trend around remote working and recognizing that if someone's not mobile outside of Kansas, they may not have previously considered employers based in other states, but given the kind of increase in remote working, they may be doing work for an employer based in a completely different state, but from their home exclusively.
This is a trend that we're seeing all across the state, in particular for employees that are able to get remote work that pays coastal wages at Kansas cost of living. And we've been hearing about that in Overland Park as well. So I really do appreciate your testimony. Thank you for the insights you provided.
Emily, you mentioned industry certification for your new manufacturing employees. We heard a lot today about the Work and Learn program and specifically the NIAR Works program, how they hire people and they pay them, they get paid, they go to school at night. Is that something that you looked at, or can you not have those people work in your plant before they're certified?
Yeah, so we have kind of two concurrent paths, similar to what you just described. We do have partnerships with WSU Tech where they wouldn't be currently employed by Spirit Aerosystems, and they'd be kind of full-time getting that technical certification. As we've seen the workforce availability shift, and we're seeing fewer and fewer individuals with some sort of experience, even if it's just transferable skills, we're recognizing the need to build up our internal training capacity. So we're increasing and expanding our internal training program to be more conducive to helping somebody with basically no experience be successful. So that is an alternate path. I'd say we're very early days in terms of our work on that. We're still getting it up and running, but that's, you know, an example of something that we're doing to try to mitigate that challenge.
One of the other things you mentioned was the fact that we need to get the message to not just high schoolers, but to middle schoolers. I haven't really confirmed this, but the Wichita School District is kind of, you know how you always have career day or college day when they come to meet with the colleges. I think they're switched more to more of a career day as well. Mm-hmm. Have you heard anything about that program, or have you had any success trying to hire students out of high school?
So certainly from a high school perspective, we've made a lot of inroads over the last several years. We do offer a high school internship program, for example. This year alone, as part of the recruitment for that program, we will engage with over 40 events with high school students, and we'll interact with nearly 8,000 people during that season. So a lot of emphasis and partnership from a high school perspective, and then ultimately we'll have a cohort that we host for an abbreviated period of time over the summer in an internship fashion. So lots of success there. We haven't really invested fully on the middle school side, so understanding that's kind of a new frontier for us that we'll need to start exploring.
Okay, and then finally, we heard from the community colleges earlier, and also Wichita State and a couple others, but how long does it take for a new hire, like out of a Regent school? How long does it take for a new hire to become productive? We heard anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. How long does it take to get them up and running so that there's a return on investment?
Yeah, so for hourly kind of mechanic positions in particular, so not all jobs are the same, right? So there's kind of varying level of complexity across the organization. When we think about kind of some of our easiest entry-level roles, training in and of itself would be an 8-week program for somebody coming in with no experience. And then we'd say it'd take about another 90 days from an on-the-job perspective for us to consider them to start being productive. That's probably aggressive, but given our kind of current workforce challenges, we are being a bit more aggressive on that.
Okay, and then how are they doing in producing? Is the curriculum right, or do we need to change the curriculum? Are they producing the right type of person that you can hire? Or do you have to just retrain everybody?
No, I'd say we don't have to retrain everyone. It's something that we're constantly having to check and grow from. It's been more of a challenge for us here recently due to the dynamic shift that I described around previously. You know, look a couple years back, we were bringing in people with kind of 2 to 5 years of experience. Now what's available to us largely is people with 6 months or less of transferable skills. So the nature of the training has had to shift over that period of time to keep up with that. We also anticipate kind of continued change as we talk about technology advancements and just what a more progressive kind of advanced manufacturing climate looks like. But I'd say current state, we've got good support from our partners and good two-way dialogue in terms of what we're seeing and how we need to be shifting the curriculum in support of what we're seeing.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. There's a representative from Textron here too today. All right, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're right on time. It always works out, right? Next item is discussion, and I don't know that we have a whole lot to discuss as of yet, but my intent is to, after the next meeting, take probably an hour or so for recommendations. So as you have recommendations and as you go home and look through the presentations and think on these situations, and you have more conferees that you want to hear from the next meeting, which hopefully will be in the late last week of October. As you think about those things and have new conferees that you want to hear from, or any kind of recommendation that you want to make, just go ahead and get them to me and I'll start a list. I'll probably get Matthew involved in that, but we'll start some sort of a list that we can discuss at the end of next meeting. Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you opening it for discussion, or are you saying?
If there's anything that you want to discuss at this point, that's quite all right.
I just want to make a couple comments about childcare that maybe might be useful to some folks and maybe not, or have you think about it. But I know that KDH&E, the liaison I spoke to back in December, they were working on changing and kind of loosening up their regulations a little bit. When I spoke to Liz, it was to, one of the major problems is if you look at, there's two different types to be a child care provider. You can be a one at-home person, so they can have up to 10 kiddos, or you can have like a center. And one of the discrepancies between that was the age of an infant at your at-home child care location is 0 to 18 months, but at a center it's 0 to 12 months. Well, when you have so many infants, then you have to start taking away kids that you can have for your total amount. So they're looking at making and changing the infant age to 0 to 12 months across the board. It was supposed to go to rules and regs, I was told this fall. I haven't seen it at all. So I'm hoping that maybe KDH&E, if there was a hiccup somewhere, we can get some more information on why those rules and regs have not been approved. They were also talking about increasing the amount of infants for child care providers. One thing that I just kind of want to let you guys know, and this is just in my area, we have over 900 children that need child care. And I live in a small town. And if 600 of those spots were to go someplace, that would be getting 600 people to work in Great Bend. So just an example of childcare and the lack of it. I'm on a waiting list right now for childcare, and I'm not even pregnant. It's I'm on a 2-year waiting list. And so just want to, and I was just talking to Senator Erickson, and her daughter had twins 8 months ago in January. And she was telling me it's $400 per kid per week. In Great Bend, an infant is $175 a week. So just the discrepancy and just how different it is too from a large area to a small area. And when we're hearing a lot of times it's not profitable, those are some numbers you guys can be thinking about.
Okay, so Matthew, did you get her first part of that with the rules and regs? Could you find that out for us before next meeting? And we will make childcare a priority for next meeting if we can get the right people in here to discuss it. But I do think that if we can free up some regulations safely, that you're right, 600 people working in Great Bend would be a great thing. Well, 600 more. I'm sure there's 600 people working, sorry. Any further discussion at this point? Okay, seeing none, again, thanks for everybody for coming in today. Thanks for staff for putting up with us. And thanks again, Matthew, for putting all this together for us. We're adjourned. I need your vouchers if you haven't given